What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. It's good to see you. Great to be here. Let me take a look. Josh is trimming his beard. Okay, all right, I get it. We're a few minutes late, and I do apologize. That's completely my fault. But we got a great show for you tonight, so hopefully it'll be worth the wait. So I completely understand. So, all right, here we go. We have a wonderful show for you. We have one of our patented, most requested call-in shows with Dr. Gary. So tonight it's Dr. Gary and I on our own.
We're not Crime Con crew.
They're the not Crime Con crew, and Dr. Gary is a forensic psychologist and the author of The New Evil. If you have not checked out that book, and it's an amazing, terrifying, sobering. It's a lot of things, but I know you worked really hard on it.
Sobering, or does it drive you to drink? I'm not sure. It's like sort of both at the same time.
Well, it's like if you're drinking, you'll get sober.
But if you're sober, you'll drive you to drink.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Exactly.
It's sort of it does. It's like the opposite. Like when George has the opposite instinct of everything.
Yes. Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah. Who are you, George Costanza?
My name is George Costanza. I'm unemployed and I live with my parents. That was like my favorite line. She's like, "Oh, yeah, who are you?"
So thank you to everybody who continues to watch my piano videos. I love the little notes people write. I appreciate the little coffee tips. They're very kind. I do use them. I went to Starbucks a few times, and I know I don't look like a Starbucks guy, but that's what's a few blocks away. I did 2 pieces today. I posted today, and I really do hope people take a look at them.
But you went to Starbucks? You live in New York and you went to Starbucks?
Where I am, there is one in the mall a couple of blocks away. So when I do my daily walking, I always pass it, and it calls to you like a true mermaid, like the symbolism of that mermaid, is that it lures you in like a siren. And of course, I don't speak Starbucks language. It sort of reminds me of the Star Wars Cantina bar, because they're speaking this gibberish, venti, mocha, and I'm like, listen to me. Coffee this big, black, throw a sugar in it. We don't put the sugar in, sir. And then there's this assembly line to get the coffee. You know what I mean? Like Tula has to turn around and hand it to Roberto, who has to hand it, to Moja. And then they like pass it along. One puts the syrup, one puts the shakes it, and by the time it gets to you at the end, you're not even in the mood for it anymore. It's like an assembly line. You know what I'm saying? Like do Jamaica, who I want to make. Like what's that song? Like a Kokomo. They're like spinning it on their finger. I'm done with it.
Yeah.
And it's this is
So you're telling me that there's not like a coffee shop anywhere?
There's a diner. But
closer?
It's not as close as the Starbucks is. Starbucks is everywhere. It's the coffee shop equivalent of like bacteria. You cannot
Yeah, I know. Trust me.
everywhere. It's in the crevices. You know what I mean? You wash and there's a Starbucks in the armpit. You know what I mean? It's everywhere. And it is what it is. Out of desperation. So, but yeah.
Well, the town that I live in has, I don't know, probably 3 of them, maybe more.
Oh, the
And
Italian.
then they're in Target, like they have one inside Target, and so
Yeah,
yeah, they're
they're everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. Yeah.
but I thought I would figure there would be more Dunkin' Donuts.
There is a Dunkin' Donuts a little farther away, but I do a very specific walk every day, like for my exercise routine, and I always pass that place. And they know me at this point, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that guy, you know. But I always weird everybody out because I can't make small talk. You know what I mean? Like I'm always talking about something true crime related or something totally morbid, or people just have no patience for it.
You ever talk to them about plants? Tell them that they're
I actually do.
I know. I'm not even kidding.
Weirded them out actually a couple of days ago. So it's very interesting that you say that. They had a golden pothos, and it was sort of etoliating.
Oh, what?
It was etoliating. It was stretching really far, like to lean towards the light.
Yeah.
And I said I've been there many times, and that plant is becoming very variegated. Kind of it's getting the modeling, of a little different color, and it's getting very variegated as it goes under that particular light. I said it's an LED light, right? And they said, yes, it is. And I said, well, the exfoliation means, and they're like, listen, do you want a coffee or not? And I started getting into, what it means about the spectrum of light. It was like, I've learned in life, like, to keep my secrets to myself. Nobody cares. but I, it's and then I tried to make a joke that no one got. Which was the way out. The joke was that they handed me the coffee, and I said, "Do you believe this? I went from pothos to pathos in 5 minutes. Meaning that I went from talking about a pothos plant to like the deeply pathetic rejection by the staff in a couple of minutes. So I went from pothos to pathos, and this is my humor. I'm sorry. Anyway, moving along. She was rude. I thought she was rude, and the coffee sucked.
She was rude. I mean,
I wanted to give her a Yelp review. Mocked my plant knowledge. Coffee was subpar. Had the personality of corrugated cardboard. Don't go there, but I didn't.
She sounds like a potential wife.
Come on. I mean, you mean because she loathed me?
Yes, I think I love her.
I mean, there is that tendency of anybody interested in me to loathe me very rapidly, so it's possible.
Oh man, that's funny.
How about you? How loathed are you? How quickly does love go to loathe?
Like instantly.
5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like minute rice.
All right, boy. Let's move along. So, do we have any? Do we have any non-horticultural plants? I mean, calls tonight?
Well, maybe, I don't know. I haven't put it out there yet, but yeah. But I did been getting some updates from Chris at CrimeCon. He looks like
yeah. I saw him with Joey H.
I saw Joey H.
Our very own.
Yeah, and then apparently Chris is like a hit there, man. Apparently he had a line of people like waiting to meet him.
You could just picture him with Joey, right? What's up, Chris? How you doing? I could hear him in my head, like the whole thing.
And Joey going,
yeah, exactly.
I love it.
How you doing, Detective McDonough? And then what would Chris say, like in response?
Yo, home fresh. What's up? Joey H is in the house. Home fresh.
They took a picture together. It was great.
Chris is taking. I mean, that guy's out there. He is like taking pictures. I'm telling you, there was a line to meet him.
Why wouldn't there be? He's great.
I'm just saying, like that's I'm glad that he's having a great time.
I think that Joey cornered him with one of his trademark long questions.
he probably asked him about existentialism or something
Like
like.
a deep philosophical, and Karen's going, "We gotta go. Let's get out of here, bro."
Yeah.
I love when he asks those long questions.
I saw a tweet that when Nancy Grace was on the stage, she said she kind of gave Chris some crap, and she said, "Suck on that, McDonough," or something like that. I don't know the context of it, but I just saw the tweet, and
But
so
I've been on Nancy Grace a couple times, and don't there's like a persona that people have on the screen, but like I'm telling you, behind the scenes, she's a lovely, sweet
yeah, I
person.
know. It's just
That's
funny.
all a character. Like Judge Judy. You meet Judge Judy, she's like the nicest person in the world.
Oh,
That's all a character.
Nancy's a huge draw at CrimeCon. Huge.
Of course. I want Judge Judy to go to CrimeCon.
Why?
Because I love Judge Judy. I have a little Judge Judy that lives in my soul. Like that little creature in Total Recall. Like every once in a while, like the Judge Judy comes out of my heart and she just snaps at people. She's great. Don't you have a little Judge Judy in your heart?
No.
You're an idiot. Then you go, all right, back inside, Judge.
I mean, I have people
back in your heart.
I have people in my life that call me that, but not.
It's a shtick, and she's got a great shit. The thing with Judge Judy is that she makes you believe that justice and what's right and wrong could be summed up in like 5 minutes. Like you could look at a person and be like, "You're a liar. You're an idiot. You shouldn't have your kids. Get out of here. Bird's gonna kick you out." And then it's like, boom, done, out. And then she like mocks you. She calls you an idiot, and then she smiles, and and then she's self-effacing. She's terrific.
You shouldn't have your kids.
She says things like that. How are you a mother? You're a moron. Get out of here. I'm telling you, there's a little Judge Judy that lives deep in my soul. And she says the nastiest things. You're irresponsibly large, madam. And you're like, whoa.
I would get held in contempt, probably. Is she actually a real judge?
Oh, yeah. But
Like
you're more like, you'd be like the Bird character. You're more like the bailiff that sort of stands there, with his arms folded.
I don't understand. I don't like it's a television show.
Yeah.
But it's like civil court, right? Is that all it is?
Yeah, but she did family court for a very long time. And the people that come on, I mean, let's face it, they are definitely screening them for the stupidest because that's what makes them funny. Saying somebody comes on and they're like, "Judge, he took my fish and I want my fish back." And she's like, "The fish is dead. You're an idiot." And then the person will be like, "Well, I want $500 for the fish." And she's like, "You're not getting it. Get out." And then she throws it. And then she'll be like, "Enjoy your fish bones. Get out." And then the case is over and you can't believe what you just saw. It's hilarious. She is a witch and I love her.
She's a witch. You should tell her that when you see her at crime.
No, and like it's a caricature of a witch, not in real life.
No, she's a witch for sure. Like in real life.
She's actually a really nice person.
You've met her?
I have met her only one time and very quickly. But not in any kind of professional way. I just saw her somewhere wearing a hat.
She said, "What are you doing, you idiot?"
No, she was very gracious. She really was. She's
because when she's not up on this,
because it's a character. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't we play a character? You think I'm going to be this amusing when somebody stops me on a subway?
Well, usually they're probably going to rob you. So yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
One time somebody was bothering me on the train. 2 times. Somebody was bothering me one time in the subway, railing at me, and I said, "Madam, unfortunately, I don't speak a lick of English. Have a nice day."
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that. Like we're.
Anyway, I'm in a goofy mood. I'm sorry.
I am too, actually.
Moving along.
All right. So let me see here. So we have the link is pinned. So feel free to call in and ask I guess a true crime related question or
and nothing clinical. I can't do and because I have to demur. But Josh, my observation has been that when we have the giggly beginnings like this,
the
calls get very, very serious.
I've noticed
and when we have the serious beginning, the calls descend into insanity. It's like that. It's some kind of weird thing. And I'm telling you.
Do we have a bingo card?
We could do a bingo card. You want a bingo card?
Yeah,
We don't
but
have Joey though, so we'll just make Joey the freebie because we don't know if he's on tonight.
I don't think he's coming, man.
All right, let's do a bingo card. All right,
I don't think Joey's coming.
predictions.
I think do you think Joey will come on?
I don't know. I can't tell. I think he should be the center square of the bingo card.
All right.
Just a freebie.
Maybe we can get him on.
Okay, go ahead.
And if Joey, if you call in, you go right to the front of the line. You gotta get that center square.
I think we're definitely getting Janet.
Okay, Janet. What about Linda? I haven't seen.
I don't know. I haven't really heard from Linda. But okay, we're definitely putting Janet for sure.
Lizzie Borden.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely put Lizzie.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is a definite. Plants we've already covered, but I'll put it again because they will come up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and you'll get the little bell.
The
How about mocking a beloved American diner or restaurant institution? Matter of right? Okay, I could start now if you'd like.
Count it.
Okay. I mean, because I hate most of them. I mean, this country has become one big giant strip mall. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. How about anything you expect to be mocked for or take a lot of crap about?
That's usually you.
You mean because you say something horrible to me and people stand up for me?
Yes.
By the way, why are chestnuts roasting on an open fire behind your head? What is this Christmassy mood you're putting me in?
Oh,
okay.
It feels good though, I tell you that.
It looks like your head is on fire.
It is. Sherlock Holmes.
Okay, hold on. So we got Jan, we got Lizzie Borden, we got Sherlock Holmes, we got plants, we got mocking a beloved American eatery. Okay, next.
How many more do we need?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we'll do 6. Give me one more.
Dating.
Oh, we're definitely gonna mock
already did that.
Yeah, but it'll happen again. How about somebody calling and asking, even though we were clear about it, if we're going to CrimeCon?
I mean, I don't know about it. I mean,
I expect it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And what about I think it's a matter of time until we get a caller from Australia. We have the Australians, I swear there's like a delegate that calls in. They're like in Perth or something. And they're like in a shed and they're like, it's time, time for that show. And they all call.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm gonna put the Australians. I think it's because of the hour.
Yeah.
So we're gonna put the Australian delegate, definitely. And what about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Can't come up with 2 more?
Let's see.
Discussion of your dog needing to defecate or urinate.
That's gonna happen.
Okay, we're definitely putting that. And finally,
anybody? What about an underwater caller?
That's a matter of time. Let's definitely put that. Although people like when we talk about Jung, that's true. But let's put. I think we could do the underwater caller. Although I think it is true, we'll talk at some point about Jung. So let's put. I mean, the night is young. So let's put submarine sounding caller. And we'll put as an 11th bonus discussion of Carl Jung. And that's 11. All right. We'll see how many of these we get.
Good enough. All right. So we do got some callers. So let's go ahead and.
Is it Dr. Jung on the. No, really. Who is it? Joey?
No, Joey.
Oh, a Fraser reference. That's a good one. Sorry, I got to add that. That's 12.
Oh, we could. Yeah, I'm sure that's a good one. My desire to be a monk might come up too.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. That's lucky 13 for Friday, the 29th. Okay. All right.
And Chloe said the night is young. Okay. So
I already made that joke. Yes.
You did?
Yeah. I said the night is young.
Young.
Yeah. Young. The night is young.
Young. All right.
Forget about it.
Go ahead, Lisa. You're on.
I'm listening.
I bet she's.
That's my Fraser reference. Bell.
Ding. Oh, was Fraser on the list?
Yeah, I added it. There's 13 now. There you go. Moving along. I'm listening.
That was fast. All right, Lisa. I can't hear her.
Are you underwater? Come on. All she's got to do is make a gargle sound and we get another bell.
Not hearing her.
Next.
I'll come back. Charlie, go ahead, Charlie. You're on. Where are you calling from?
Are you meaning Shell?
What did I say, Charlie?
Yeah.
I don't have my.
Shell? Your name is Shell?
My name is Shell. Yeah, but
it looks like Charlie to me from here. Sorry.
That's
great.
cool. I like that.
Shell, sorry about that.
No,
where
it's
are you calling from, Shell?
South Dakota.
Good Lord.
Oh, that is the state where you are statistically least likely to be killed by a serial killer.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yes, that's because the population is very low.
Yeah.
It's really not that good to know.
Probably not.
But it is, statistically, it is the safest state.
Oh, I agree, but I just,
It's good to know, Shell.
Yeah.
Charlie.
I like that he called you Charlie. I don't know what.
I kind of did too. I looked and all of a sudden it said, "You're in the show," and I'm like, that does not sound like Shell.
So call him something back that starts with a J and vaguely looks like Josh. It'll be funny.
John.
Call him Janet.
Janet.
And we'll get another bingo.
Lord.
All right, let's go.
So I have just a little spew of things. So I'm just going to kind of, a few things that have been, I don't know, kind of odd to me. So I'm just going to kind of go over them real quick, and then I will exit and let you guys talk about it so that I'm not sitting here holding up the line, if that's okay.
No problem.
So basically, I've got just a couple things here. Of course, it's regarding the good old Nancy Guthrie. I would do anything if we could locate this woman, but just a few things that stick out to me. So, of course, it all kind of boils down to the interview, and when her sister first called her response is everything okay? I thought was kind of odd, just because, again, it was on a Sunday afternoon, not the middle of the night or something like that, which of course I do understand. It could have been her tone or something like that. But I just find that it's odd that her first words to her sister would be that mom's gone, without asking, have you spoken with her this morning or last night, maybe after they had dropped her off? It wasn't like it was first thing in the morning. It was a little bit later in the day before they even got the call. And then the fact that she kind of went with the medical emergency theory. And of course, after Chris's dispatch replay calls, obviously that was kind of disproven about 2 hours prior to that. So I'm not sure why that synopsis was even brought up. She also mentions the missing camera to her sister, but the dispatch calls only mention the blood. And you would think if they had noticed that the camera was missing, that would also kind of dispel the walk-off theory. So that would have maybe been important for them to mention to dispatch if they would have known it there. So just wondering how, again, Annie would have known that it was missing, but the police didn't mention it. But again, that could be at a later point. And then, of course, back to the whole kidnapping situation, I kind of feel the staging part of it, I'm not even bringing up the blood aspect of it, whether that part of it is or isn't, or was there from a later time, since she always has bandages. But I just think the kidnapping portion itself was kind of set up as a deflect, because either like the last person to see her or somebody that knew her, something like that, knew they would have been suspected unless it was obvious it wasn't them. So maybe that scenario was kind of created, because if it was planned and people were scoping it out ahead of time, going out there, I just can't imagine that they wouldn't have prepared a note and left it, even if the note just said, we'll be reaching out to local news stations, or we'll be reaching out to TMZ, something, just to, other than just leaving nothing. And then, of course, this thing that other people have brought up as well, if you were kidnapping her because of Savannah, why wouldn't you have reached out to Today instead of TMZ for that part of it? And then I'm almost done here. Also with the first camera guy that comes around, if you look at him, I feel like he looks a little less heavy than the guy that's actually on the camera the last night that grabs the camera. So I'm almost wondering if that was part of the staging, hoping that Nancy would have seen that and checking her cameras and maybe reported that to somebody to kind of set that scenario um, or that, up to be something to happen in the future. Um, and then my question is with the backpack, I'm wondering if maybe, and I'm just going to call it a costume because it's just kind of over the top to me, was like left in that backpack somewhere. And they either put their own clothes in that backpack or put something in there along with stuff that maybe they were asked to pick up that had been left there. Because if you look at the gentleman when he pulls the plants, he pulls the plants with his left hand, and he even tries to pull the camera with his left hand. When he's walking on the porch, he grabs a holster with his left hand, but it's a right-handed holster. So I'm not really sure how that would go unless I'm not a gun person unless you do that opposite there. And then let me see here. One other quick thing here. I had a thing about Marine in my brain. Let me think a second here. Because I think the back camera was possibly broken when the person or whoever left the back doors open for the people to come in, propped it open, and they planned on going out there, because I think the whole thing at the front was just for staging and to make it look like they were surprised by the camera. And I'm just done with the whole camera thing because obviously I'm not a detective, but that's just some weird stuff that stuck out to me. And then two quick things about how the ransom notes were talked about. I thought it was kind of odd that the only place they put that was Instagram, because a lot of people don't have Instagram. With her being a huge news anchor, you'd think with all the news contacts, they would have maybe went to some mainstream news or press conference or something like that. And I also noticed in her apology to the family, she does apologize, sadly, to her mom, her sister, her brother, her kids, her nephew, and Tommy, my brother-in-law, but she doesn't mention her own husband or her sister-in-law and nieces. So she kind of leaves them out, which maybe it's just because of everything they were going through. And then my final thing is just regarding the other suspects that they had. That was I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to use their first names, but I'll just say Luke. One thing that was pointed out was people shaving or doing anything else. When he was detained, he did have facial hair. And Maureen had pointed out one time that the mask looked like the lip, like the little goatee thing was off. And if you look at him in his interview, um, he does match that. Not that it was him. And then just feedback on wondering what you think about the guy in Hawthorne. Just wondering if you think that possibly he maybe pled to the ransom scam portion because he felt like that was going to be a lesser charge than being accomplice to something more severe. And that is all. Now that I spewed that all out, that was all I had to say, and I'll just kind of drop off and let you guys talk about it.
All right. Well, thank you. And sorry for calling you Charlie.
That's all right. Sorry for taking up so much there.
Not a problem at all. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, I can't address much of that because it's so directly related to the cleared family members, which I will not touch. I'm not going to discuss that. So it doesn't leave very much of that that I'm willing to talk about. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because I think we have to be fair. I mean, I speak very vaguely when I say, for example, that I think whoever did this was somebody who knew her to some degree, but that could be anywhere, anyone. Someone knows you intimately versus somebody who just has a passing interaction with you. I think it's important to be sensitive to that and appropriate. But I mean, I don't know if you have any thoughts about it, but it was certainly thorough, was a thorough call.
Yeah, no,
And I think the points sort of speak for themselves. They're the opinions of the caller. And is there any part of that, though, that you want to address?
well, I think the most important, or not important, but interesting part of this entire thing is the guy from Hawthorne. You know, I'm still fascinated about that
Me
connection.
too. Yes, I've
Uh,
been talking about that with Chris and everybody in that group for a little
and,
while.
and to be honest with you, I just want to hear John say his last name again because it's like the funniest.
Halela.
So the way he said it, he pulled his pipe out of his mouth and then his tongue started wagging, and it was like
That old style, that sort of. It's almost,
but so I am very curious about that connection. I'm also curious about the search warrants or that were signed off on, or the warrants signed off on by the judge, to go into the first person's house, and then Luke Daly's house. His name's been out there. It's not, I mean, he did a public interview, and I'm not saying anything. I'm very curious about that. If there's still any connection there. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if all of this time passed and they circle back to an original person that had been, talked about or had a home searched or something, and they've just been building a case, which is completely possible. And I'm not saying that that's what's happening, but I am very curious about what is on those what was on that warrant that was signed by the judge.
well,
So
I wondered if Derek Halela, I wondered if he isn't cooperating in some way, in terms of, because that story is very strange, and
it's such a weird
read the affidavit, unless there's some aspect of the affidavit that's been, it's like sealed or we don't know about it. It doesn't look like somebody demanding ransom. It looks like somebody expecting money in Bitcoin. And so I just think there's something to that, but let's let that story simmer.
Sure. All right. Well,
but I think what the caller was doing really more was not really asking opinions, but just basically laying out a kind of litany of things that made them go, and things that make you go, what was that? Remember that song? Things that make you go, right.
Mm-hmm.
But they kind of, that kind of make you stay up at night and go like, that doesn't quite make sense. And so I think the point was more to lay out a list than to.
I thought it was funny.
Yeah. It was very interesting, very thorough. All right. Is there the next person on the call?
Sure. Debbie, go ahead, Debbie. I think I said your name right. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, you said my name right. Tennessee.
Hey, Dale, how you doing? I'm just kidding.
Which part of Tennessee?
Memphis area, Millington, actually.
Cool.
Millington.
Well, we certainly know a few interesting cases in Tennessee.
Sure do.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually hearing a echo on the last person. Can you hear me okay?
Of course. Are you calling about one of those Tennessee cases?
No, I've got two things on your bingo card you get to cross off tonight.
Really?
First of all, Dr. Gary, I thoroughly enjoyed your Memorial Day tribute to our fallen. It was absolutely beautiful.
Oh yeah.
So I get the Sherlock and the Watson bingo card, and also
because of the name of my piano.
Right.
Case. That's very clever.
Yeah.
That's good. Elementary. Okay, so I'm going
to. Elementary, my dear Watson. I enjoyed that thoroughly.
He never actually said elementary, my dear Watson. Isn't that funny? Okay. So there you go. So we got that.
I might get your underwater one tonight too.
Let's hear it.
Well, what it is it's kind of like I kind of think I'm a little bit crazy, but you can let me know because you're a professional, so you'll know. As a little bit of background of me, I grew up in Oregon, never further away than an hour and a half from the Oregon coast. Okay. After I got married, I went and lived in Michigan for, I don't know, 40 years, something like that, around the Great Lakes. Okay. We're getting to the water part now. So you've got the ocean, you've got the Great Lakes. I love the water. I'm a water dog, always have been. Loved going into the ocean. I didn't care that the water was 50 degrees, I was in it. So
Oh,
the problem is, I've been watching a lot of shows, like from Big Old Boats, that's a YouTube channel, and Brick and Mortar, and they talk about shipwrecks, whether it's war or back in the 1800s and 1900s. And I'm a glutton for punishment because now I don't see the sea or the Great Lakes as fun anymore. But I keep
Oh, that's
watching them.
interesting. That's
So I
because
think
you,
I'm
you you
crazy.
you forgot that they're miraculous. That's what happens with miraculous things. If you see them every day, you forget they're miraculous. For example,
Yeah,
if the sun didn't come up one time, we would all freeze to death. The whole
that's
planet
true.
would be destroyed. I mean, we don't even think
Or that
about it. We're
means that,
driving to work. It's like, yeah, it's like in our eyes. We're putting the visor down. We're irritated by it. We're like, oh, look at that big old orange ball. But the reality is, it's miraculous.
I
And
mean, I don't know. I'm not irritated by the sun.
what I'm saying is, we don't pause and think, or think about somebody who loves you. Every day you wake up, person rolls out of bed, one of you maybe makes breakfast, makes the coffee, you have a little chat, you go to work, and it never dawns on you the miracle that this person loves you and has glued their life to you forever. That we don't think about that. Sometimes when it dawns on you, you run home and you hug the person, you go, I just wanted to make sure you were here. That kind of thing. It's really quite interesting.
Yeah, it's
Um,
funny that you talk about that. My husband's still in Michigan because we've got a couple of houses there we're still trying to deal with and trying to figure out what to do. But anyway, he came here and he was here for about a month and a half. And when he left for the next 2 days after he left, it was like in that little part, like in Hook, when you're half awake and half asleep, and you get that weird
I
thing
felt
going
that
on
way a
in your
few
brain.
times
I
tonight, yeah.
forgot he was gone from here, and
Oh.
it just, yeah, it was kind of in that half dream state or whatever. But anyway, I don't know. The only other
But I
comment I
think you
wanted to
should go
make,
out to the water and you should remember that it really is miraculous, and it really
it
is.
is, it
And
is.
there's so much under the surface of it that
Well,
it's
so
easy
that's the
to
problem.
forget.
There's when you
Yeah.
think about, there's probably 1 million dead bodies under there, and it's so sad.
Oh my God.
My kind of people. That's the kind of thing I would say and ruin a moment. Like, I'd look at a picture postcard and be like, wow, what a beautiful, improbable view. I bet that water's loaded up with the festering corpses of, I mean, but
Well,
I
that's
think
what
that
I think of it now. I think of that. It's just crazy.
now
I actually,
what would Jung say? Let's check him off the list. Ding, 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 ding. What would Jung say about this metaphor, about you
yeah.
pondering below the surface,
Well, I went just
a
a
little
couple
shadow
more
world?
seconds here. I'll take you for
Go
a couple
ahead.
more seconds.
Let's
I
go.
just
The
want to
night
say, when you were on the show last couple nights ago with Chris and you and Gary and everybody was on, and you were talking, Josh, you were talking about the scams that people are played on older people,
Yeah.
and people calling, just knowing enough about your family to be scammed. That happened to my mother years ago,
Oh,
probably
terrible.
20 years ago. This guy called, she answered the phone, and he said, hi. And I think he might have said, hi, Grandma. And my mom's like, Daniel, is that you? And he says, yes, that's me. I'm in trouble and I need some money. And she's like, she automatically knew that there was something wrong, because she knows that my son would have called his other grandparents that were much more well off.
Right.
So she knew it was a scam right away. So she said, sorry, go screw yourself. And she hung up on him. But anyway, I was hoping I was hoping that was going to be a call-in show, so I could have just commented on that. But anyway,
Oh,
but I
terrible.
can't think if there was anything else. I don't remember. So,
Well,
but
we
anyway, I did just
we
want to let
appreciate
you know that I was paying attention, and I was like, oh, the
We're,
one
we're
time I
getting these
actually could have a
fascinating
comment.
calls tonight where people instead of having a specific comment, it's just a kind of potpourri. It's like a farrago, an olio, a kind of a blend of whatever it is they're in the mood to talk about. And I'm enjoying it. It feels like Proust. It's Proust night.
Yeah.
You know?
It's only our
I
second.
was also just thinking about you the other day, Dr. Brucato, because my
Keep it
daughter
going. Uh-huh.
went to New York all on her own.
Oh,
She's not a little girl. She's 43 or 44 years old.
okay.
And
What's
she,
wrong with that? Yeah.
because she wanted to see the last show that the one who played Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe, was in. As I think it's Every Brilliant Thing is the name of the one-man show. And she had a total like meltdown in line because there was a mess up. She left her ticket and it was on a phone. She left it in her hotel and she's running back to her hotel. She did all this. She had to take the subway and everything. She flew in. She did this all by herself. And she was so upset by the time she got back and she had to wait in line. She knew she was going to be missing stuff because I guess at the beginning of that show, I don't know if you've seen it on Broadway, but it's they picked people out of the audience to do certain things and play certain things with him. It's a very interactive show. And she knew that she was missing that. And she literally had an autistic breakdown. And her son's autistic, and I'm quite sure she is. It's not been diagnosed, but I'm quite sure she is. But I thought about you because I thought, oh, you could have helped her get from walk her through the subway. But anyway, her hotel was right there. She had to go through Times Square to get to her hotel. She said, turns out people in New York do not like to be touched because she says that she's running to her hotel to get the phone off the charger so she can get back there with her ticket. She's yelling, excuse me, excuse me. And they're like the splitting of the Red Sea. Nobody wanted to be touched there in New York. But anyway, I just thought that was funny. But anyway, otherwise, I had nothing else to say except I love you guys both.
Thank you.
And I'm glad for I'm very happy you reached one of your milestones on your
Yes,
subscription.
thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Yeah, 50,000.
So,
It was very awesome.
I think it's wonderful. What is that? I read the Harry Potter books years ago. I mean, I'm not a Harry Potter nut,
Sure,
but what is the spell that you cast when you want something to reveal itself? When you're looking for something, there is a spell. Accio, ACCIO, right?
I thought you weren't a Harry Potter nut.
And then it would like appear. Well, it would be funny if she did it. If she just pulled out a wand, it was like Accio. I think people would find it funny. Anyway, you're a very nice person, and don't forget to go out to the water and think about it a little bit.
Yeah,
don't
I
forget.
even honeymooned at the coast. I mean, I'm going to work on that because I still love looking at it. Just I think of it differently now when I see.
That's right. Well, you know what it is. A lot of people say, "I would believe in God if a miracle would happen," and you sort of say to them like, there are miracles all around you, but you don't notice them because you see them every day. Like the idea is to, or like when people say, I have no friends. And I'm like, have you been complaining to people about that? They're like, every day. And I'm like, who are you complaining about it to?
Friends.
And then they're like, some guy that I've known for years that I went to. I'm like, that's your friend. You see what I mean? Like people, like, look at what's right in front of you, you don't have to leave your front door sometimes,
Okay.
Anyway,
I love you guys. I'll let you guys go so you can get the next call.
It's a pleasure. Yeah. Okay, take care of yourself. What a nice person.
That was so funny when she said she was thinking about all the dead bodies at the bottom. I had a friend that who used to tell me that she would tell me stories. But then they would it would start out. She goes, yeah, I knew this like guy that had a giraffe and he'd drive around with the giraffe all the time. And it was so cute. And I go, oh, that's sweet. She goes, they got decapitated on an overpass on accident. I go, great. Oh. Thanks for that story. I appreciate it. It's like, wow. You could have left that part out. Yeah, exactly. All right. Autumn, go ahead. Autumn, where are you calling from?
Oh, I remember.
Autumn from Indiana.
I remember you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
How have things been for you?
I'm doing a lot better.
Yeah, you remember Josh when Autumn called us and told us her story.
Yes, of course.
Yes, yeah. So I wanted to ask you two on a double date with just me. Are you guys going to CrimeCon?
Hit the bell.
Bingo.
Hit the bell, Josh. Oh, and by the way, that also includes dating.
Yes,
So
exactly.
so you
Exactly.
hit that was a double whammy on the bingo card.
Gary, look
Yeah.
at the comment on the screen.
Josh and Dr. G kind of look well. I mean, I don't.
I mean,
think
you do
so.
both have facial hair and similar haircuts, so yeah,
Similar haircuts.
similar-ish from
Boy.
the front. From the front, I can't see like Josh never turns around, so you can't see the back of his head. I didn't really have
Does
anything to
Gary
say,
turn around?
huh?
Does Gary turn around
No, but sometimes like he puts his head down, like when he's laughing.
like this?
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go.
Those two angles look similar.
Yeah, everybody's the top of everybody's head.
My dear friend's daughter just got into Adler for her master's in psychology, and I got her a shirt. It's Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of Your Mom. So those are my comments.
Boy, are we! This is a Proustian night. I have to tell you, it just feels like stream of consciousness, or maybe James Joyce. It feels just totally stream of consciousness tonight. People are even me and Josh. We're just sort of flowing along randomly. I don't know what's going on. It's like we're swimming around in the unconscious tonight.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
I
and
really
did also-
appreciate that. Yeah.
You're welcome. I did also want to say I am outside with my dogs right now because my dogs had to go to the bathroom.
Hit
Hopefully
the dog
that
button,
counts.
Bell, Josh.
Got it.
Boy, you're covering the bingo card tonight. Dogs.
Hey, I'm here to help.
You are. Okay, go on.
Nope, that's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, Autumn. Thanks for calling in. Let's see.
I said when autumn leaves. Okay, now move.
I feel like my hair is actually, I wouldn't say very long on top, but it's long.
Okay.
It's a lot longer than Dr. Gary's.
My hair is not short.
It's not short, but it's not long.
No, it's sort of pompadoured. What can I say?
My hair's like.
Oh yeah, it's long. Yeah, you look
long.
sort of like a demented Rasputin when you do that. Put your hair back.
Why demented?
I don't know, but you know what Rasputin was? A monk.
Yes.
Hit the bell. Done. Now we got Janet, Lizzie Borden, plants mocking a beloved American restaurant institution and the Australians, and we win. Moving along.
Interesting. Tara, go ahead, Tara. You're on. Where are you calling from?
Howdy doody.
Hey guys, it's Tara from Missouri. I've called in before, but I just had a true crime case I wanted to run by you guys that happened in my area and that's actually going on right now in the court systems. And so I thought tonight might be an appropriate night to just let you guys know about that.
Night as any.
Yeah, so it's called the Devil's Den murders because it happened in the Devil's Den State Park.
I'm familiar with
yeah, which is about 45 minutes from my house.
Oh, I know this case. I'm going to pull my notes up.
And so it really shook everyone around here because there's very little information really released about it. I mean, there's quite a bit, but as far as like motive, also this man had just moved to the area from I want to say like the Oklahoma area, but he was new to the area on top of everything. And it was so random. And I remember it just shook the community because there was the two little girls that were there surviving.
Yeah,
and so, it was just horrible. But he's pleaded not guilty, even though they have found DNA and he confessed. So I don't really know, but it doesn't seem like Arkansas is going to let him kind of get off the hook that easy from what I'm reading. But Dr. Gary, I know you talk a lot about like motive and killings and like this guy seems he's one that confuses me. There's so many question marks, but again, that's just because we know so very little, but he was a school teacher too, which is a weird twist. He was set to start school in August in the Springdale school system. So that's kind of scary, but, and I believe he had been removed from a school in Oklahoma and had agreed to maybe, what's it called? When you don't get fired and you resign or whatever. But there's just a lot of big like weird things around this guy, and we just know so very little. So I thought I'd just call in and remind you guys about it. I figured you did already know about it, but maybe to keep on your radar. I'd sure be fascinated to hear like anything you guys can find out, like again about like why this guy did what he did. He had only been in
I
it.
don't want to speculate about it too much because you
I'll
never
do
know
it.
how things can influence the case. But I will say that there are some elements of that case that are very puzzling because they are,
He was a pervert.
well, like, so on the one hand, you've got somebody like obscuring his license plate, which is a sign of consciousness of guilt and trying to hide, evade capture. But then at the same time, doing something like wearing fingerless gloves. So that you have this strange combination of effort to not get in trouble and yet carelessness. And
Mhm.
in order to understand that, you'd have to know whether he was psychiatrically disturbed, if his IQ isn't very high, if he wanted to have fingerless gloves to sort of savor something. We don't really know. I also am curious if the parents protected the children.
Yeah, that's what happened. The mother,
If he was trying to go for the children and the parents
that
learned that.
No, well, actually, I will chime in. That's not been confirmed. That's one thing
Oh, but
everyone
it
in
is
this area
speculated.
thinks.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what everyone in this area thinks, because especially because of the school teacher ties and being dismissed for inappropriate behavior, we think he was going for the little girls, and the parents told him to run, is what I heard. They told the girls to run.
So
Why
sad.
yeah.
the mother ran the girls down the trail and came
And went back to help the dad. Yep, you're right, Josh.
She ended up dying.
It's just
But
such a tragic story.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Gary, you know more about this, but random attacks like that, or there was something there that.
Oh yeah, another random thing, Dr. Gary, was they were new to the area. Those people, so it was like two new people to the area.
I
Like-
don't think the word random is the right word. I would
Oh
say
yeah, sorry,
opportunistic.
but
I would say it was opportunistic.
yeah,
Oh,
it
he
was
was going
so
after.
sad.
Right. No, what I'm
They-
saying is there's a difference between a situation where some people are leaving their house and you trail them to the park because you have to have that victim. That's very different. This is more like a person, I suspect, a person who has a sort of nest and somebody comes along and they opportunistically snatch or go after. This kind of character has, oh, look, somebody asked us if we're a crime con. I'd love it.
I think we are. Didn't we
Okay,
already?
yes, we already hit that bell. But
Do it again.
the idea being that this feels more like what you saw in the Rachel Marin case, where somebody just sort of is in a lizard-like kind of way, is there, and then somebody crosses their path and they go after. It feels more like that. And but the obscuring of the license plate, that's interesting. That could suggest, for example, something like somebody who goes there for the purpose of finding a victim, not having one in particular, right? But then goes for whoever crosses their path. Because
And you talk about, excuse me, you talk about triggers, Dr. Gary. You talk about sometimes there are things that happen to these serial killers or killers that trigger them into finally doing it. And I just keep thinking he had lost his job, and had to move. And was that a trigger, or whatever? But anyway,
a big trigger for sexually perverse people too.
Yeah, but also I think he had been in trouble.
Yeah.
He'd been in trouble for like inappropriateness with
children.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to hop off here and let some other callers get in, but I enjoy you guys. And Dr. Gary, I know you've been down a little bit, it seems like lately, but I was the one, I don't know if you saw the comment, don't let the bastards grind you down, but don't let the bastards grind you down.
Yeah,
I don't know. My mood is pretty okay. I don't know what you mean, but I think that unless you mean
no, tonight it is.
You're down about the AI. You're down about the AI stuff. Yeah.
Oversaturating the
right.
That doesn't mean down. That means I think I was oversaturating Josh's show.
There were people that were, when I threatened to unpot your plant.
Hit the bell.
Shit, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Go on.
When I threatened to unpot your plant, there were people that were genuinely like, this is uncomfortable. This is an uncomfortable exchange. And I was like, uncomfortable. I'm very comfortable.
Because you said you were going to unpot my plant.
Because I said that you're giving me crap.
I should have said, be careful or I'll unplant your pot, which
Yeah,
I'm
that
sure
would
would have upset you. All right, moving.
Thanks.
You have a very kind voice, by the way. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Thank
Thank-
you.
All we
also-
need is an Australian mocking a beloved American eatery, Janet and the Lizzie Borden case.
I think we could probably nail those all. What about Joey H?
Well, he's the sort of extra.
He's not calling, man. Did you see his?
He's in the chat. He's
Well,
everywhere.
he's gone now.
Oh,
Said his phone's gonna die a true crime death.
right.
So
Although
I think-
Joey makes me think of a kangaroo, and a kangaroo makes me think of Australia. There's a little link in there somewhere.
Joey makes you think of a kangaroo.
Joey means a baby kangaroo. That's what it means.
Whatever.
Moving along.
Diane, go ahead. Where are you calling?
Hi, I'm calling from Florida,
Right.
Hello. I lived in
Hello.
Florida. Quite
but
a
I
state.
am from Mountain City, Tennessee. I am going to ask you, what do you think about the mentality there of that fly trap, the Venus flytrap?
Well, I have tons of them. What about them?
Do they actually catch the flies?
Of course. They only really grow in the Carolinas. They're a fascinating little plant. They were very fascinating to Charles Darwin, who couldn't make much sense out of them. But the idea is that because they can't really absorb minerals in the appropriate way, they have evolved to require insects to eat. And so what you have is a trap with little cilia on the edges, the little sharp edges that look kind of like a cage,
Yeah.
and cilia inside, and a insect crawls inside, and the trap closes, and then an enzyme devours them, and the plant absorbs what is in the insect. And they're really quite beautiful. And there are other carnivorous plants that are native to the Carolinas, all kinds of Sarracenia, for example, which are pitcher plants. They're quite beautiful. And there are parks and swamp areas you can go to in the Carolinas. I was just talking about this to someone, where you can see hundreds of them. Well, this person enjoyed it, I think, and there are hundreds of them.
I don't know. I got
wildly.
one at Home Depot.
Yeah. No, they exist, but they're not like
Yeah, they
the
do.
Audrey
I got
2.
one. And
Right.
I set it out here because, as you know, Florida is very swampy, and it helped catch the mosquitoes.
Well, the Venus flytrap, remember that they can't drink tap water. You'll kill it if you give it tap water. Only rainwater or resting in like distilled water. It should always be sort of sitting in water because they come from swamp. But be careful with them, even though a lot of kids buy them and stuff, they don't know what they're doing, and they're kind of increasingly rare and beautiful. Yeah, treat it well. Treat my little fly traps well.
I will, but I actually wanted to ask you, what do you
My
think
little
about
fly
the
trap.
Mackenzie Shirilla case?
What do you want to know about Derek Kalela?
Mackenzie, have you heard about the Mackenzie Shirilla case?
Oh, let's see.
The little 17-year-old who ran the car 100 miles an hour in a building?
Yes. Hold on. I heard about it, but let's look up the details.
I have to know. Did she make a desperate plead mistake? But I really think she's a narcissistic little spoiled brat. But that's.
Well, I'm not gonna. I don't know. But let me, Josh. I'll give you in the chat.
But then I don't know, because a parts of me says
it's in the chat. Josh.
End everybody. Like, did she intend to end herself as well? I don't know. She's the one kid that's kind of got me on the sideline because.
Well, I put it in the chat for Josh, so you can click it and open it, and we can read the article.
Josh, you know about Mackenzie, right, Shirilla?
Yeah, isn't she the one that just had the documentary made about her?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
she did. Was it called The Crash?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet though.
But it's supposedly there's the A side and the B side. The A side is that they had so many little videos of her where he locked her out of the house because he didn't want to argue, and then she was trying to get into him and get to him or threatening him. I don't know, but we all say things when we're angry, that we wouldn't really, that we don't mean. So I don't know if that was just like especially a teenager. And she's only 17. She might be older than that now because the case was in 22, right? So
She
she
was
was 17 at
17,
the
and I
time.
think she's probably like 19 now or something.
What was 22? Yeah, she's like 21 or 22 right
Oh,
there. That's
I
the
met.
one that really, and a lot of people in the chat also were asking about her because, is she crazy or is she smart? Because, I mean, I don't know, what are you thinking when you're running your vehicle into a wall for 100 miles an hour?
It's insanity.
It's gotta be. I mean, did she think that, I mean, did she plan it where just the two of them, like I don't know, they're saying something like maybe she went down that road and was staking it out, and then she knew exactly what to hit and where, but that's just I don't know.
Yeah.
How
Well,
do you
there's a
think?
very complicated relationship alleged
Yes.
between her and her boyfriend, right?
Yeah, Dominique.
Right. And that's an interesting story. And the idea being that she was accused of being sort of threatening and violent. And there was a story, as I recall, that like a couple of weeks before the crash, the fatal crash, they were driving on the interstate, and she threatened to crash the car because
Right.
of a disagreement that they had. And the guy, the one who died, Russo, called his mom and on the phone, and he said he wanted to be picked up because there was a disagreement. And the driver said, "I will crash this car right now."
Right.
That kind of thing. So I think that's very interesting in terms of somebody who perhaps, I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see if the idea is they're going to try to paint the picture that she had like uncontrolled rage or frustration
Well,
problems.
it's all adjudicated, isn't it? She got 2 15-year sentences.
Well, so did they? Because
What
I don't know how this. So this has been adjudicated. Did they conclude that she had some kind of temper or explosive rage? What
I don't
was
know.
the?
I don't really know the story that well.
Let's see.
I
Look
I
it up.
actually started watching it last night and fell asleep like
she
within
there?
5
Yeah,
minutes.
I didn't know the outcome of the case. Do either of you know
I
exactly?
do. Yeah, they put her. She's in prison.
Yeah,
But
for
what did they say about, like,
30
did she
years.
have uncontrolled rage? Was it a personality thing? Was it a mood
They
thing?
said
What
that
did they?
apparently her parents give her everything she wanted, and so did Dominique.
I
And
see.
she had she had everything she wanted. I mean, basically. So I don't understand what the need is, unless it's she wanted to inspire to be um, like the Kardashians stuff. Like that was mentioned a couple of times, and there was another girl, and I can't think of the name, that she was supposed to inspire to be like. But um, she liked her influence. She liked her TikTok and her YouTube and her Instagram, like everybody else. I guess I don't know. The thought of ramming a car 100 miles an hour into anything would just that
Didn't
was
didn't
just
the attorney, the defense attorney, make the argument that she had POTS,
yes.
the blood circulation problem, where like you have little blip out, kind of
Yeah,
problem.
that's
Like
the
the
first
idea
time I
being that
ever heard
maybe
of
she like
pot.
momentarily blacked out or something.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting case.
Do you
Yeah.
think that could have been a possibility, even, or?
I'm not going to comment on that. I'll
Court
just
didn't
say
think
that it was
so. 'Cause
adjudicated that she was guilty. Then she was guilty. I mean, that's I mean, let's say the jury didn't. If she was found guilty, then the jury didn't buy that.
she was found guilty. They gave her 2 concurrent 15 to life sentences. So
So it was an act of premeditated murder,
that's what they
Yeah.
gave.
not a manslaughter situation, intentionally. In other words.
Yeah, I don't know the story. That I wish I would have finished it because I know people have been talking about it. I just hadn't. Oh, it was a bench trial. It was a bench trial. Got it.
Yeah, it was just for the judge. It didn't go to a jury.
Yeah, it's just a bench trial.
Oh,
Yeah.
no jury. Interesting. Well, then the judge didn't buy it.
No, he
No, the
didn't.
judge didn't buy it. But
Now, I have to look it up, but I remember vaguely the details of it. And
I'm gonna
it was
try to
Ohio, right?
okay,
Ohio.
because there was another case that I was just wondering about, because the guy, his name is DeCarlos Brown. Jr. And I'm talking about Irina. Is it Jaworski? She was the immigrant in North Carolina that was on the
Oh
train.
yeah. Killed by
The gentleman behind her, that had multiple offending, and the judge let him out on a promise bond or whatever that is, and 3 weeks earlier, and that's what he did. And he's trying to claim mental incompetence. I mean, how could do you see? Are you familiar with that case, Dr. Gary?
Yeah, but I as an expert on psychosis and violence, it's best that I not say something about it because I'm an authority on those things and I don't want to opine on that matter.
Josh,
But there was to my knowledge, no relationship whatsoever between these two people. She was
no, at all. She did not know him.
an innocent bystander sitting there, and a person produces a blade on the camera and does what he does, so I think they're going to have to determine if there was a mental health component to it, or something like that, because it's so completely random and out in the open and everything. Remember, it's a hallmark of a disorganized crime to do something out in the open like that, randomly, in that kind of high risk situation in a disorganized way. And so usually when we see that, although I don't want to comment my opinion, but that can be suggestive of mental illness. But the key in those cases is going to be, do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Wow.
Right. And not every state has an insanity defense.
Yeah, there is a couple that Nancy Grace was talking about that doesn't have an insanity case when she was talking about the Ann Kipper case. Oh my God, we can't be on here. I got to let somebody else come on here. But I just wanted to say I love the book. I'm in the middle of it. The New Evil.
I appreciate that.
Waiting on Josh's llama story here.
It's coming.
Well, I'm working on the new book. Well, 2 new books, and this is the perfect opportunity to mention that the chapter that I'm working on right now is about, guess who?
Is it about the
Josh?
Is it about the serial killer? Or are we picking up from
it's on our bingo list.
Oh, he was on your bingo. Tell me it's not about Sherlock Holmes.
No.
Oh, Lizzie Borden.
That's right. Lizzie Borden. Hit the bell, Josh. I am indeed writing about Lizzie Borden with Dr. Burgess.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
and I'm reading a book with her husband Alan that he wrote with a bunch of them, something about
the crime classification manual.
Yes, because I was a rookie cop.
You were a cop.
I was a cop. I went into the military, so I didn't finish out in the. Well, I was there on the South Bay Police Force for about 4 years, and then I got transferred over to the Henry County Sheriff's Office. But
cool.
I have on my podcast. I'm really interested in what in the world are people thinking when they do this.
Well, that's the $1 million question. Every time.
Well, it's very nice to get a call. I thank you.
Yeah,
for
I gotta
service.
go. So
did you say? Wait a minute. Did you say you had a podcast?
I'll be seeing you guys again. I'm always.
Wait, did you say you have a podcast?
Did you say you have a podcast?
Yes, it's called.
Let's hear it. What is it?
I'm on Y2, but I'm a TikToker mostly.
That's okay. What is it? What is it called?
It's Spells and Bells and Ancient Circles. If you go on TikTok, I'm just starting up my YouTube.
And Ancient Circles. Okay.
Very good.
Sounds like a Kate Bush lyric.
It's I make coffees and teas and stuff, so I'm medicinal medicine. So
okay. By the way, Josh, can you get this wretched person off of the screen?
Sure.
And I don't.
Oh my God! You guys have a really good night.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to get the wretched person off the. Oops. Sorry.
Oh, wait.
That was funny. No, seriously, get the wretched person off the screen.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Diane.
Who's that?
It's Diane.
No, but who was that in the circle?
Diane.
That was Diane with her head pressed up against the dude.
That's my son, Chance.
Oh, who's the person with your son?
I don't know.
Stephanie.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay. Gone. Thank you, Diane. Let's see.
It was funny. I'm sorry.
What?
Next. I know, it was just funny.
Getting the
And
wretched
you were
person
like, all right, let's promote your show. All right, bye. And then
Well,
like she was
I mean-
gone. Like, what the heck was that? All right, go
I
ahead.
don't know. All right, let's go. Shoot, hold on. Pissing me off already. Anon. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Anon is called before.
Perfect.
What's happening? Where are you calling from?
Is this the call-in show where you can talk to Joey and that Dr.
And that Janet
Gary
lady?
guy?
And that Janet lady?
Dr. G.
And Joey. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
bingo bell.
you can talk to Joey.
Hit the bell.
I was just doing you a favor. Dr.
I
G wanted
know.
to call you Janet. I thought Joey was a better match for that.
Really? But what's a better name, Josh or Joey?
Oh, Bob is in the audience.
Oh,
Joe.
well, there's
Making
no
a Kramer
contest
joke.
there.
And Kramer. Oh, there's Bob. Hey, Bob. Yeah, exactly. We're just waiting for Australia to call next.
Australia.
Oh,
and
I'm
we have
sure they
Toronto right
will.
across.
You know what? To be honest with you, the lines are like after you, the lines are wide open. So I don't think we're getting an Australian caller.
Really?
Uh-oh, that sounds like a challenge to me. So the previous caller asked about Mackenzie, which is what I was going to ask about, because
Oh.
I just don't understand how you could drive your car into a wall.
Do
at
not
100
imitate
miles
that
an
case,
hour.
Janet. Do not imitate that one.
No. No, although I do drive fast, but I avoid walls. I
Oh.
totally avoid walls. My passengers may sometimes challenge that, but no. Yeah, sometimes people get out of my car with white knuckles. What can I tell you?
Really? So, Janet, tell us something about yourself that we don't know. The whole audience has a relationship with you now from all the
You
time
don't have to.
called. Tell us something that we don't know about you yet.
Oh my gosh. I'm an open book. And there's really not that much to me. I'm just a simple person.
Well, what do you like to do for fun? What do you enjoy in this life?
Well, really, I would more talk about things that I have done. I've done a lot of things. I've owned a bookstore before. I really enjoyed that phase.
I worked in the book business for 14 years. I'm fascinated to hear that. Tell us about your bookstore.
Well, it was a little shop in San Diego, California.
Cool.
And it was a niche shop. It was called New Age Booksellers. Mostly self-help book kind of stuff. And
New Age booksellers. Okay. So it was
Yeah.
like sort of like occult stuff, like the kind of stuff that Ray from Ghostbusters would sell. Like that kind of bookstore. No, I'm serious. Is that the kind of thing you sold?
no, we carried a lot of the Hazelton stuff.
That's
and
the worst
brought in
part
a lot
of
of
it, you're
people in
serious.
12-step programs.
Like you sold like Aleister Crowley and like, like the key to the bathroom was attached to a crystal, like that kind of store. There was a cat, like
Aleister Crowley.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. You had a cat with a weird name like Andromeda. Like, was it that kind of bookstore?
No, really, seriously, it was more like a
Antoine LaVey.
it was before the major chains dived into the self-help genre of
Oh,
books.
self-help.
Did you sell the Book of Satan by chance?
No.
I mean, was there chanting like behind the walls, like vague, soft chanting, and a little old lady and her husband in a bow tie coming around like in Rosemary's Baby,
Aleister
asking
Crowley.
questions about your pregnancy, that kind of thing? Was that kind of store?
No. We
Moon
did
water?
have meditation classes and Paramahansa Yogananda stuff and
Oh, okay.
Eastern philosophy,
Sounds like a trip.
that kind of thing.
And
was
did you also
fun.
have like regular books? Did you have fiction and things like that, or was it all New Age?
It was mostly New Thought, New Age, self-help. It was a tiny store.
Were there
And of
curtains
course,
or
we had
beads
to
in the
have
store?
room for all the crystals.
Of
Curtains or
course.
beads?
She definitely had crystals. You know, she had mountains of crystals.
What about somebody said, did you have a bell on the door?
No.
Did
What
you
about-
have to take your shoes off to enter the store?
What the-
Absolutely not.
Did you tell people that if they bought 2 books, they got a free chakra? The chakra opening.
Yeah.
No, you
know
had to
those kind
bring
of
your own chakras. You had to bring your own chakras.
You had to bring your own chakras. Well, okay.
What
Well,
about lithium? Could you prescribe lithium?
You know, lithium is a gemstone.
It's a
It's true.
salt. Yeah.
You could actually buy some. Yes.
Yeah.
But
Well, I could just
I
imagine
also
the info
spent
desk of this book.
quite a few years in the medical malpractice industry.
Oh, really? You have
Like a
definitely
lawyer?
had an interesting life. I mean, you know, but I
Yeah.
could just imagine the info desk in this bookstore, the kinds of things people ask at the info desk. It must have been very funny. I mean, you got some interesting characters in that store, right?
Well,
She's-
people would get they would come in with their own little attitudes and stuff. There was one day, I don't know why, I'll always remember it. I was in the store by myself, and this lady came in.
Did she
And
astroplane
she
in,
was
or did
really-
she come in the front door? Did she actually astroplane into the
No,
store? Okay.
she walked in the front door, and she was really troubled about something.
Uh-huh.
And so she came up to the counter and she was telling me all about her problems. But I was in the middle of doing an inventory.
That's the
And
worst.
so I was making eye contact with her, but inside my head, I was counting books and crystals and planning out the inventory and stuff. And all of a sudden, I freaked out because I realized her mouth wasn't moving anymore. And she was looking at me in a pensive way, like, so, okay, what's your
I love
opinion?
this story. Yeah, and her
So
mouth
I
wasn't
said,
moving. Were words coming out?
no.
Okay. She
No
was like
words coming out.
telepathically communicating with you?
No, she had just stopped talking, and it was my turn to give her some feedback.
And you didn't know what she was talking about because you were too enchanted by what you were doing?
Exactly. I had no idea what she
Is that a
said
pun
at
about
all.
crystals?
Right.
Was that
There
a
are
pun?
people- There are people in the audience that think that even though I'm joking, they think I'm being disrespectful to people who are into these things, and I don't mean it that way. I'm having fun with it.
Exactly.
Because I'm honestly having fun with it. I mean, you know, but it's fun to
So-
make jokes about that. Anyway, my
I had
apologies.
no
to the
idea what
community of
she had
people who are into
said.
these- Yes. Mhm.
So I looked at her and said, so
Being
how does that
disrespectful
make you
about what?
feel? And I was
Yeah.
intent this time on listening, but somehow my mind just went away again into its own process while I was maintaining eye contact, just really looking at her in the eyes like I was really with her on this whole thing.
Did they turn into pinwheels?
You're being disrespectful, Dr.
And
Gary.
sure enough, she stopped talking again and looked at me like, okay, so what should I do about it? And I looked at her and I said, well, how does that make you think? What do you think about that? And it was like putting a dime in the slot. She just started up again. And then she stopped very abruptly and said, oh my God, you are such a genius. You have solved my problem. I know exactly what to do. Exactly. And she just trotted right
What
on
are
off
you
with a
talking?
whole new energy.
Yeah.
Like I was the most brilliant person in the world.
You know, nobody's ever told me that I was
So-
a genius. In all sincerity, nobody. Never one time. Never.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
Not
So,
from me.
so let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You came up to the person came up to the counter and went into some kind of like state of semi-syncope, and you were in the middle of doing inventory on gems and books. You then tried to come into the moment, said something, and the woman told you that it was absolutely brilliant, but you have no idea what you said that solved her problem. Is that the idea? Did I follow that correctly? Like you just sort of said something
I
randomly.
only said
Right.
No, I only said two things. The first time I said, "How does that make you feel?" And the
Right.
second time, because I had recently read somewhere that some people go by feelings and some people go by thought. So when she ran out of steam on feelings, I switched over to thought and said, "What do you think about that?" And I still don't know what her problem was. I still don't know what her solution was. I just know I'm a friggin' genius.
Well, there's an old saying that when you're having a conversation with somebody and you zone out and you have no idea what they're saying, and then they look at you like they want you to answer them, like you want them to comment on what they just said, the safest thing to do is to say with your finger in the air, very wisely,
finger in the air,
"This too shall pass."
Why would you have to put your finger
and
in the air?
to look wise and to look hermit-like? And the reason is that is the answer to any question that could ever be posed. This too shall pass. Whether they're talking about something happy or something miserable, it is temporary. And the wisest possible answer that you can give to any question is this too shall pass. So if she was like, "But I was looking for the bathroom," this too shall pass becomes especially funny. But I think the idea is that that is the answer to everything. You understand? Now, on that note, your store sounds like a trip. I'm not surprised it went out of business, but it sounds like an interesting place. Was it in San Diego, you said?
Yeah.
Is the entire former staff running for political office? By the way, here's a serious question for you because you ran that kind of bookstore. Because this topic has actually come up on a call-in show that I witnessed. Do you believe in aliens?
You know, I'm kind of on the fence on that one. And I lived in Sedona, Arizona for 14 years with a bunch of people that would go out and alien watch. And sometimes I would go out with them and watch for aliens or spaceships, but I never actually saw one.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's a shock.
It's like a Twilight Zone episode, and you're the alien, and we're all the Earthlings, and you're confused.
But I got to tell you, during the years when I was a minister.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You went from owning an occult bookstore to being a minister?
This is you are pulling our leg now.
Well, we haven't even touched on my 16 years of Catholic school.
Oh,
but
let me get. You're all a Navy SEAL and a nun.
Hold on, Gary. We can skip the 16 years of Catholic school. But you were a minister?
She probably
did you get
non-denominational Christian
minister? Did you get
minister.
disbarred or disbanded for something? Like, how does one give that up?
No, I just I don't know, veered elsewhere. But my favorite,
the occult bookstore or the
occult bookstore, dude. She turned.
No,
you went to the occult bookstore, or you converted into a minister from the occult bookstore?
First of all, it was not an occult bookstore.
All right, it was a new age bookstore.
It was a self-help bookstore.
Oh, there's a huge difference.
And had we sold beautiful new age music.
I'm sure.
That was fabulous music, and had meditation courses and
I can dig
self-realization things. But
you can dig it, Dr. Gary?
I can dig it.
He digs it.
You dig?
My favorite Sunday sermon that I gave was about my favorite Bible verse.
Oh, what is it?
It came to pass. That's it. It came to pass. And it was all about exactly what you talked about. That everything shall pass.
Well, that's
Did you play the tambourine at one point in your life?
Or the
Actually, I have a tambourine.
Oh, I can see it from a mile away. I know
Janet,
Tammy.
I love when you call in. I absolutely love when you call in. I feel when you leave the audience, it feels. What does it feel like, Josh? It's hard to explain. Like coming off of a trip, like an acid.
Yeah, like heavy anesthesia.
Yeah,
Like
it
a
feels like
relief.
swimming to the surface of a dreamy state. It's very difficult to describe it. I don't know what to say about everything you just said to us, except that you've left in your wake a lot of dead neurons. Now, I appreciate your call.
Yeah, I mean, call of the night so far. I'll tell you that.
I enjoy you. I think
I
you're
do too. I do
all
too.
right. Well, thank you so much, and go out there and do your thing. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
live long and prosper, Janet.
Nice talking to you.
All right, we'll talk to you next time. Thanks for calling. I always appreciate it.
I love Jen. She's
I do
hysterical.
too. She's
She's
great.
very funny. You have to admit.
Oh,
She's
she's
one of
hilarious.
those people that, and yes, it's true. This too shall pass is not a line from scripture. I think it's actually, if I'm not mistaken, Lincoln that famously had the speech with this too shall pass. But in all seriousness, she is funny as can be. Her timing, her rhythm, her voice, her goofiness, her everything. She's very good at the thing I love about Janet is that she plays right along. Like if you make a joke to take a dig at her, she's got an answer that's just as sharp, and the timing is hilarious. She's hysterical.
She's a wonderful person. We love her.
She's a good person.
One of our favorite callers. You know, we got another caller that I've been wanting to hear from for a while, and I haven't heard from him, but I'm happy that he's here. Absalom.
Oh, Absalom. Absolutely.
Dr. Gary, Mr. Diaz, how are the two of you guys doing?
All right.
Me.
Dr. Gary, can you dig it?
I can dig it. Can you dig
Are you picking up what we're putting down, brother?
I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gary.
Yes.
So I've been sick, Mr. Diaz, so sorry about that I've been out of pocket for a while.
I believe your son mentioned that the other night on my other show.
Yes,
So.
he thoroughly enjoyed the lab app. What is it, after hours?
Yeah, lab after dark. Was that his first time there?
I believe so. I'll have to ask him.
It was a very unhinged episode, I must say.
But it was certainly interesting, to say the least, he said. Dr. Gary, are you aware of the case that is going on down in Texas regarding the mother that set her two sons on fire and killed them in a car?
Yes.
Her name, I believe, or allegedly, sorry. I believe her name is Marlene Vital, Vital. And if you indulge me a few minutes, is that okay, Josh? I'm gonna.
Yeah, they were little 5-year-old kids, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the homicides were ruled. Just to be clear for the audience, they had actually been killed by multiple sharp force injuries before the fire. Not killed in the fire, stabbed to death, and then put in a car set on fire, which is a very common thing now. Burning is a common mechanism of eliminating evidence.
Yeah, I haven't been able to, like I said, I've been sick, so I'm, picking up little pieces here and there of what's been going on, but that's what I had heard. I didn't, thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Gary, but that, there's also an element to that, and I wanted to see, along with the Nancy Guthrie case, as well as the Summer Wells case, you coined the phrase, quite astutely, the elimination murder, right?
Right. Yeah.
Psychologically, I can see in the Summer Wells case how the mother felt that she was missing out on the affection. Hold on, let me vomit real quick. Of Don Wells. This
is Josh material right here. Josh has got to go back for this. He's the Summer Wells expert.
He's the maestro of the Summer Wells case.
Yes.
And But these three cases seem to have a certain element of in your book, the new evil, of them being elimination murders of the individual, which I believe is probably the most narcissistic motive there is for killing or murdering somebody, is the elimination murder, because basically you view your fellow human being as basically an obstacle
Yeah.
to what you want
Yeah. That's a good
at
point. It's
any
a very
cost.
astute point, because if you remember where those are on the scale, they're right in that place where narcissism is moving into sociopathy, is moving into psychopathy before you ever get to sadism. And the idea is that there's the non-psychopathic elimination murder, and then the fully psychopathic, right? The 10 and 11. So with 11, I would say that type of elimination murder is a lot more psychopathic, and of course that implies having the narcissism too. But in the category 10 is more of an immature narcissistic person who's not as sophisticated and overtly cruel, so it's like, it's interesting, that you're picking up on the narcissistic element. But remember, all sadists are psychopaths and narcissists, and all psychopaths are narcissists, but not necessarily sadists.
That's
But
interesting.
not all narcissists or psychopaths or sadists. So
And
it's
would
like,
that, Dr. Gary, be considered the common denominator of all elimination murders? Is
right,
that
is the narcissism. It's a very astute point. I've never heard anybody put it like that before, but I think it's an astute point.
Well, thank you, Dr. Gary. I appreciate that. At this point, this
It is what
age,
it
I'll
is.
take any compliments I can get.
Now, you
But
were talking about Summer Wells while Josh was off. He I don't know what he was doing. God knows. But what were you doing, young man?
Settling one of the dogs. They're like
well, I
children.
would just,
They're like children. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I was just saying, Josh, how Summerwell's mother might have considered the child to be an obstacle in terms of getting Mr. Wells' affection.
Yeah,
And so,
that was a theory floated by one of her closest friends at the time, that she was she favored her, and I'm just saying that this is something that, I'm not saying this, but that she was better off, or better with her boys, and sort of didn't have the same affection for Summer. So
well, and that's why I was at the heart of all of those cases that have been mentioned. Narcissism lies at the heart, and I was asking Dr. Gary
Right.
if that narcissism was the common denominator in his elimination murder.
Well, there's no question that there's a characterological piece in which the individual thinks of other people in an objectified way, in terms of, it's not personal. You're just a thing that's kind of in the way. That's a very good point. But I think the other thing that can happen in a crime that can involve elimination is someone knows too much. For example, there are cases where people eliminate a child because the child has marks all over them or has been malnourished, and Child Protective Services is about to find out, or someone at school is about to find out, and that investigation could lead to the bringing down of a person. There are cases like that too, and that's also a type of elimination. It falls under the witness elimination kind of thing. I'm not speculating about that in any particular case. I'm just saying that that's another reason that a person could do that. So, for example, if you have a parent who is, again, not talking about a particular case, if you have a parent who is, let's say, essaying a child, and the child has marks all over her, or has not been eating, or has been treated very badly, and there's the possibility of somebody finding that out, and it could lead to serious legal trouble. Somebody might stage a situation in which a child is taken or dies accidentally, or an invader comes in, or whatever. And so you want to think about that too. That sometimes it's like I want to get away, I want to keep doing what it is that I like to do or I tend to do, and I don't want to get in trouble. Another reason to eliminate a person is that they are an impediment to money. They're an impediment to romance. Another common one is they're pregnant. You don't want to be a parent.
Yeah, that one happens a lot.
That's a thing, right? We've seen that, Chris, Josh. We can rattle off a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Where somebody didn't want to be a parent. Somebody doesn't want to be a caretaker for somebody that they consider a burden.
Yep.
A child or an elderly person. I mean, elimination murders run the gamut. Some of them are horrendous. For example, there's a case. Oh, I got to see if I have the name. Let me see. Let me see if I could find the name for you. It's really disturbing. Let me see. I think I have it in my database. 1 minute. I think this is it. Yes. Rebecca Gousage Johnston. Okay. Now listen to this case. Let me see if I could find okay. In June 2023, Tampa, Florida mother Rebecca Gousage Johnston was charged with first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse for the death of her 2-year-old son. Prosecutors stated she strapped the toddler, who had a developmental disability, into a booster seat at a kitchen table as punishment, left him unattended for up to 15 hours, and failed to seek medical help.
Oh my God.
Now think about that. Was that an accident, or was it a neglect case? Is it that somebody, taking care of them is a lot of work? She was, I don't really know what went on with that case in terms of adjudication. But she was
A
accused.
2-year-old child. My God.
Accused, so that's a case where you wonder about neglect versus like, I just don't want to be a caretaker. I don't know. Let's find that out. I'm also aware of a case where a woman had a developmentally disabled son, and she strapped him into a car seat and shot him in the face. And when she was pulled over by the police, she had pieces of the brain of the victim in her hair.
Wonderful.
And she put the dead child, I think, in the trunk, and was driving with and so there's a question there. Was it that you don't want to take care of the child anymore? So I don't know. So you want to think about those kinds of cases where you can have an emotionally immature person, who just doesn't want to be a caretaker, or is not good at it, or is neglectful. But so like sometimes those are elimination murders, and sometimes they're just about neglect and abuse. And then you get cases where you have like a hardcore, hardened psychopathic person that has a scheme, like I'm going to eliminate this person and make it look like someone came from the outside and did it. And I have proposed that there may be an elimination element even in the Guthrie case.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Dr. Gary, if you feel that
time, so we can smell where you're going with your question. So
I don't understand why an 84-year-old woman would need to be eliminated. Other than
it could be financial, it could be that somebody didn't want to take care of her, it could be that she stood in the way of some other things. She could have been a witness to something. In other words, let me be clear. Elimination does not have to be committed by somebody who intimately knows you. It could be somebody that just has a financial motive or some grudge with you where you have to be knocked out of the way because of that. But that's not so much elimination as much as a grudge. Elimination murder is callous. It's just like you're just in the way. And but I have wondered about that, because then it would imply that the whole thing of an outsider coming in and doing it could be completely staged. And that is very typical of an elimination murder, that you have to make it look like someone else did it, but it's not sophisticated because the person is not a master. So they don't stage robbery or sexual assault or any of the common reasons why you would break into a house and take a person or kill them. So that's a possibility that I think is probably on the table behind the scenes. I can't imagine there isn't the question of some degree of faking it to look like something else, at least as a question. But of course, it's also possible that it was just an authentic abduction attempt that went haywire. But I do think she died. So the question is, was she eliminated on purpose or accidentally? But I think you're on to something raising that question about elimination. And if there is an elimination, you're 100% right. It points to a narcissistic, callous person.
Well, also, Dr.
Right.
Gary, don't you feel that if it does fall under elimination murder, that it would probably have to point more to somebody that
Knows her in some way.
that knows her or is God forbid related to her in some
Well,
way,
I'm
rather
not
than
going
an
to say that,
outside?
but sometimes they are.
Which, sure.
Sometimes there's somebody who knows you a little indirectly. For example, you're a witness to something and they have to kill you. That kind of
Yes.
thing. So you're going to test. Here's a classic example. You're going to testify in a case against
Yeah.
a relative of mine,
Yeah.
and or something like that, and you want the person out of the way. So you hire somebody to go and accidentally kill them. You understand that kind of thing.
Mhm.
That's a very common example. You see that with gangs a lot. So
Interesting.
yeah.
And
Remember
I
Chris
don't,
McDonough astutely pointed out very early in that case, and a lot of people gave him hell for it, like everything else Chris says. He said in the beginning, well, they do. They give him hell for everything. He could be like, my name's Chris, and they'll give him hell for it. You believe that guy?
Actually,
Abbreviated Christopher?
yeah, it's Christopher. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
that
Well,
points to that he's good at what he does, that he's
yeah,
excellent at what he does.
it's almost a compliment, right? But like
Sure.
but like one of the things he said in the beginning of that case was that he thought it was very interesting that ICAC went to the house, and that's internet, crimes against children. And he wondered, maybe Nancy figured something out about somebody that she knew something and that made her dangerous. That was an interesting idea that he had. That would also be a type of elimination murder. But it's interesting. I don't think we ever got to the bottom of why ICAC was there. I suppose the argument can be made that they just have general expertise in devices and getting into stuff. But it's an interesting question. So is that your thinking that it should be on the table that there's a potential elimination element in the Guthrie case?
Well, I'm looking at it from at this point in the case and all the details that have come out, it, at least in my viewpoint, it would be hard not to have that on the table because, like Josh just brought out, why on earth would an 84-year-old woman be, in the condition that she was in? If everything that's been said is true, I think that other young man brought up, what's his name, Mr. Diaz, that's on, he was on the interview room. He's a younger man that,
Monks.
Monks.
Yeah.
He was talking about,
It's a younger man.
well, there was something interesting that was brought out regarding one of the people that was primarily detained in reference to certain, and I won't get into that. If you guys want to see that, I would think that Monk's channel is readily available, but he's brought out some interesting points as well that kind of, I don't understand why, Miss Nancy would be, just a run of the mill, unless there was a motive behind, which again, Dr. Gary carries that common denominator of narcissism at the heart of it, which is, what do I get out of eliminating or, attacking this feeble, helpless, basically victim? I just don't understand that. There has to be something else. Who benefits from doing such a thing? So when you lay everything down and the dust settles, that I would be shocked. It would surprise me a great deal if you could not take elimination murder off the table.
Well, the person in the audience, Drunk Turkey Show, says when ICAC was there, wasn't that also during the time that weirdo who got arrested for contacting Guthrie's trying to cash in? And he means Derek, I think. I think they were investigating that. Do you know this person, Josh? Drunk Turkey Show?
Yeah, I know Daniel.
Yeah. And so I'd have to look at the layout like that. But Josh, one thing I want to tell the audience is, you remember when I did that show with Ann Burgess, Casey Jordan, with Brian Enton, where we like sat around and talked about the Guthrie case?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, they uploaded, News Nation, I think, did it. They uploaded the full unedited, like 40 minutes of us talking about the case to YouTube, because on the show that aired, they only showed like 5 or 10 minutes of it. And I do want to give you the link in case people are interested in watching the full thing, because
Sure.
it's very rich, to listen to that full conversation. So let me give you that. You can't get away with watching a few minutes of it, can you? Is it considered, because that's news, right? You're allowed to watch that, can't you?
I'm not. It just really depends on if they've given News Nation, the permission, but not others. It's all very complicated. As
You
you
maybe
like.
wouldn't risk it.
I mean, I could try.
But like, in other words, you can sample News Nation.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is there a specific part you want me to play?
No, it's an interesting interview. Yeah, it says yes, you can share News Nation's clips on YouTube, but how you share them depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Well, real quick, Dr. Gary and Mr. Diaz, I did want to compliment. I wish he had been on tonight, because I'm not sure when I'll be able to call in again. But Detective Madonna, that was an outstanding show he did with Mr. Ramsey. God help poor John Ramsey and Burke, who've had to live with this kind of, just complete blaming and all. It's horrible what the family had to go through. One of the things that I had noticed early on when I found out years ago that Mr. Ramsey had lost a daughter previously to his baby being murdered. If Mr. Ramsey had gone through any kind of therapy, Dr. Gary, I'm sure you can understand where I'm coming from. He had probably learned how to deal with grief, which might have perhaps played a slight role in how he reacted to his baby and that whole situation. He wanted to act less emotional and try to get to if he could help her, whereas he could not help his other daughter who had been killed. And it's just something that a lot of people, and again, the public didn't know about the garage and all that other stuff that was brought up, but it was an excellent show. And,
well,
and it's really,
I'm going to be careful not to comment because I am a member of the foundation. I mean, so that anything I say could be construed as commenting apart from a foundation with which I am in solidarity. So I think it's best to sort of just refer back to the comments that were made there, unless I am invited to come on a show to talk about it by the foundation. But I think it's important to have those kind of ethics. Now, but Josh will share the link, which I gave in the private chat. And I looked it up. You can, if we comment on it, because it's for educational purposes, you can show a clip. So, but there are large chunks of this that were not aired, other than when they published the full interview here on YouTube. So I think people will find it interesting to watch the whole thing.
Sure. And congratulations in my final. Congratulations on my son told me we're named sexiest forensic psychologist alive, Dr. Gary, by some magazine. So congratulations.
That's not what happened, but I'll take it. That's hilarious. That's really funny.
You guys take care, Josh. Great show as always, and you guys take care. Good night. Good night, guys. Take care. Bye bye.
Boy, the game of telephone, how it changes things. So, do you want to give the link?
Yeah, I'm putting it out right now.
And if you want, you can, I can maybe show you a part that that wasn't aired until they published it here on YouTube. Because it's very interesting to listen to Ann and Casey kind of bounce off of each other, and them commenting on it, and questions Brian asked and so forth that didn't make it into the abbreviated version that was on that Enton special.
All right. You want to do that now, or you want to keep taking calls?
You'd like. I mean, I thought we didn't really have many calls, and I thought it would be fun.
We do. I mean, we have some now.
Oh, well, then it's up to you if you want to.
Let's see here. What part were you wanting to?
Well, it's all in. First of all, what I like is you see a lot more of Anne, because I felt that Anne was on the version that was used and was only briefly.
Well, maybe we can do that towards the end here. We'll take
but I think people will like it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Dauncey. Dauncey, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Sure can. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Texas.
Okay, I remember you.
How are you guys?
I like that name, Dante. It's like something out of a Bronte novel.
Yeah, people think that it's French or Italian. They always say, "Is it Don Chi?" Or
it's from your dad, right?
yeah, his name is Don. But
I remember.
I didn't meet him until my mid 40s, so it's a little bit ironic that I was named after him. But Dr. Gary, I think the other night you mentioned you also have Romanian heritage. My children, no? Oh, I heard. Oh, okay. I misheard.
But you can feel free to say what you were going to say.
Oh, no worries.
So you have kinship with your Romanian ancestors.
My kids are half Italian. Well, they're like Italian Romanian on their dad's side. So I was like, that's interesting.
I never drink wine. Like the Transylvanians are.
Look, he does have a hint of Romanian.
A little hint of Dracula going on.
Well, that's the region they're from, Sibiu and Transylvania. So
Transylvania. So are they ethnically Hungarian?
That's interesting. Their last name is actually Romanian. So I believe, and you know how that area was historically. Yeah. Russia.
Romania, like it's got that. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, all right, moving along.
Yeah. So Josh, I think this might speak a little bit more to you than Dr. Gary, and I really hope this doesn't rock the boat. I have a feeling about the Guthrie case that I was hoping to explore with you.
Sure.
And I know you have another YouTube friend out of Virginia that you're in touch with. He's been covering this particularly.
Pearl, you mean, Josh?
Yeah, Justin.
Yeah, Justin. Yeah.
Justin Pearls.
Yeah. And I had emailed Chris, and there's something that tells me, sometimes you have to look at not what is just there, but also what is not present. And one thing I notice is that there's a lot of talk out there in the world about this particular individual. And I have a sense that Chris knows a lot more, of course, than he's sharing. And it seems like this name is purposely not being brought up. And I think there might be reasons for it. So I wanted to get your thoughts on the gentleman out of Jordan. I think that Ellie, I think they do know who Porch Guy is. And when you look at Justin's overlay of this gentleman at the porch, there are too many matches. It's not more than a coincidence. If you look at his features, his mannerisms, his gestures, the way he moves.
Are you talking about the guy that called into his show?
He did speak to him. Yes, he did. And it's funny because I kind of every once in a while I'll listen to Justin, but he did call into him. And yes, there's a lot of talk out there that people believe that he's the Porch Guy. And I just feel like there is a good chance that law enforcement does know who it is, and extradition may be the issue at hand here because he is in Jordan. There's a lot of controversy. He still has, an address in Arizona. He was married to an American. He's connected with and worked for the dealership where the car was searched in front of that, and by the Culvers right there, that MG Motors. There's just a lot of connections here. He's also connected to Luke, and Luke's mother and this gentleman have a common friend who, it's just, there are so many coincidences, and there's just something that tells me, that he hasn't been brought up on the interview show. And I almost wonder if there's something going on there. And there, Chris is just trying to maybe protect it and give space for the process to work.
Well, I'm first of all, I don't know what Chris knows about that. I've never spoken to Chris about that situation. I did watch a bit of it. I don't know all the connections. I know that the guy obviously denies being a part of it. And that he decided to call in because Justin was talking about him. Was that it?
Yeah, I think that a friend of his messaged him, and so he woke him up in Jordan, which I love. I've been to Jordan. It's amazing. Petra, the whole thing. It's gorgeous. The people there are wonderful, wonderful people. But yeah, he woke up at like 4:30 in the morning to call in. But still, there are a lot of things that don't add up. And what really got me was the overlay that Justin did a few weeks ago. And again, there's just the very specific features like the upper lip and the mask and the mannerisms, the way people use their hands. It's too much of a match for me to let that go. And the coincidences with the dealership and Luke Daly and his mother's boyfriend being friends with this gentleman, and too many connections.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I watched some of it, and it's, I mean, very interesting. I mean, Justin does a good job of that kind of thing. I'm not too into overlays or, body language and things like that, because I just think that it's one of those things that if you want something to work good enough, you can make it like in your head. And I find that being a problem for myself. Oh, well, that looks like this and that. I don't have a trained eye for that kind of thing. Most people really don't. But I think that you can fit a square peg in a round hole if you push hard enough. But I would have to watch more of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. But it is interesting, but I've just, somebody call it, like, how dumb would he have to be to call in?
Well, there are other people that are doing that too in other cases, like the one out of Nova Scotia, where I think they're trying to get ahead of the narrative. So I don't know, but I hear what you're saying about the mannerisms, but there are a lot of connections there, and I find it fascinating.
Sure.
And I'm very curious why some of the more credible shows, like, and I don't mean to judge the others, but like Chris's show, he has a lot of credibility. Why that hasn't been brought up?
Yeah, probably because I would have to ask Chris, but I don't think there's. This is just me. I'm just not one of those overlay grid kind of guys. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not really how I think. I don't think that it tells us much personally. A lot of people get really into that, which is completely fine. It's just not something that I've just seen a lot of it. I've seen a lot of lightening, darkening, inverting.
Some of that I don't see. Like they actually, Dr. G's asking you to readmit him.
Oh, where'd he go? Oh, I'll admit him. All right. Oh, sorry.
And like I said, it's not just the visual. It's also the relationships, the location. There's just a lot of connections. So I wanted to.
I'll have to watch more of it. I did watch some of it, and it was interesting. I always find it interesting when somebody calls in and goes, "What?" Because Chris and I had that phone call with Bob, and that thing just blew up like crazy. With Aaron, I think was his name. And
that
was a whole thing too. So I know how these things can go, and people want to believe so badly,
what I'll do for you, Josh, is I'll figure out what show it was. And I know you're saying the overlay doesn't matter so much, but he does go over the other.
Well, I don't think it's not that the overlay doesn't matter so much. It's that I don't.
Right.
It's not something that I'm into.
Put a lot of
yeah.
Well, I'll send you the one because he goes over everything else too.
Can you email it to me? Do you have my email?
Yeah, that's what I'll do is I'll look that up and I'll try to find the show that was the one that really kind of like made me go, as Dr. Brucato said,
Think
what
to
song
myself,
that like that, what was it, the 80s or 90s thing?
Yeah.
But I'll send that to you, Josh,
Yeah,
and
please do. Yeah, I'd like to look at it.
I'm gonna head to bed, but I'll do it in the morning. And good to see you guys.
All right, Dante. Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Justin does that. There's a whole subset of people that love to. I just like. I don't know. For some reason, I'm not. Maybe I'm not.
I had no idea what she was talking about because I'm not familiar with any of that. I mean, let's put it this way: if Chris is compelled about something, he will discuss it.
I think
right. If he really thought that was interesting,
I don't know if he knows about it or not.
Well, as I'm saying, if it was something that had caught his eye and seemed worthwhile, I'm sure he would have talked about it. Chris is very outspoken about what he feels about things.
That's true. All right, hold on. Let's take another call.
I mean, I don't know if he's ever heard of it, is what I'm getting at.
I don't think he has, but I don't know. Let's see. Los Angeles. Let's see. Los Angeles Star. Is that what your name is? Hold on. Are you there?
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Well, how are you?
Good.
Oh, I'm good. You can call me Star Girl.
Star Girl, where are you calling from? I'm guessing Los Angeles.
Oh, well, the Mojave Desert, the tip of it, yeah.
Okay, cool.
The northern tip.
Like, are you in the middle of the desert right now?
I mean, not the middle, just the tip.
Are you calling us from a phone inside of a cactus?
No, it's a lot of Joshua trees out here. No, it's actually been really cold here. It's a high desert, which gets cold and hot, and it's been seasonably chilly out here.
Interesting.
I'm in a civilized area, not raw desert. I'm in the Antelope Valley.
Oh.
Are there a lot of antelopes?
No, they got eaten.
By who?
I don't know. Like from what I understand, it was a while ago, and they got eaten, and there hadn't been a while. They say there's some rare ones way out on West Side, but I've never seen one.
Wow. What a weird name to name a place that doesn't have many of them. Like it was like
I know.
Like Elk. There's this place, near where I live. It's called Elk River Road. There's not a river, nor are there elk out there.
Yeah, it was a lot of interesting things, that I didn't know. I just ended up living here, and you get kind of stuck.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I get it. So what can we do for you?
Oh, well, I just admire y'all so much, and I'm so thankful for y'all.
Well, thank you.
Something interesting's kind of happening across the line in San Bernardino, in Pinion Hills, and it's not making a lot of news, which is kind of curious for me. But a teacher just vanished out of plain sight.
Oh.
Yes. Kay Loretta Colwell Politis in Pinion Hills. And she went for a walk and just around the corner vanished. And it's a small area, not small, but houses are on about 2.5 acres and spaced out, and everyone knows everyone. And, the missing things are still up, and she's a teacher for the school district and all. And so I just think it's so quiet.
Let's see here.
Yeah, Loretta Colwell Politis, Politis. She's a teacher for Lancaster, California School District and admin too. And just vanished, and it's a real mystery, and it's so quiet. And I know it, a lot of times it's quiet to do the investigation and all, but it just seems like someone that's involved in the community, like, yeah, there it is, and it's just really strange. And so I didn't know if y'all had heard of that or.
I think it came across. I think I saw it come across my.
Josh, can you pull up on Google Earth the scene where this individual was last seen?
Yeah, I can. Hold on. Hold on.
What does it say? It's something like last seen, something like Locust.
Yeah, Oasis Road. Yeah, I can find it. Hold on.
Yeah, it's the corner of Oasis. Oh, and I'm trying to remember the other road. I think it was mistakenly reported she'd been closer to like Pear Blossom or the 138, but apparently where the houses are, it's really close to the LA County line, and so some of that might have been some confusion. But it was the corner of Oasis, and I can't quite recall the other road. My friend lives 2 houses down.
Oh,
Locust Road.
Yeah, yep, Locust and Oasis, and walked around the corner, and she usually doesn't go out walking by herself, and didn't bring her phone or anything, wallet, nothing like that. Just seemed kind of some odd things.
And this in hold on.
Happened Monday, and that kind of stood out for me too, being Memorial Day, being a holiday.
That's an interesting comment.
What?
That it was Memorial Day.
I find it anytime it's a holiday or something odd, I don't know, that just gets my spidey. I'm not saying anything, but it just worries me more, I guess. Like I don't know, it seems to intensify things, I think, sometimes, like the dates of all that. Y'all know all that. I don't.
So let's see. And I bet there won't be a single Locust, Pear Blossom, or Oasis in sight.
Certainly doesn't look
Probably
Oasis.
not. Probably the locusts have been eaten. Probably
By
the
who?
pears.
By
Who's
the
the
animals
Locust?
that were
John
there
the Baptist?
with honey, yes.
Yes,
So
the nickname of the area between Lancaster and Palmdale is nicknamed the Cactus Curtain.
Okay, so this is the spot we're looking at right here. That's
So
the
see how
last
the
place.
houses, yeah, they're on big lots, and they're about 2.5 acres each, and everyone knows everyone real well. Yeah, she apparently just walked around the corner, or not sure, but just kind of vanished, and it's just odd.
That is interesting. And
And
she
it's
left.
really close to. Yeah.
Let me.
Sorry.
how do they know she walked to there before she vanished? Is she seen on cameras or something?
I don't know anything about that, but I do know the person I know. No one's ever been by to ask. No one's asked about cameras. No one's asked any questions. So it's just odd, like that no one's come to their door. No one's asked like
Well,
for the
let me
camera,
just read this.
nothing.
Let me just read this real quick. Loretta K. Colwell, 55, has been reported missing after leaving her home in Pinyon Hills, I guess.
Pinyon Hills, yeah, Pinyon Hills. Yeah, it's close to Phelan.
On Monday, May 25th, 2026. Family members said Colwell was last seen around 11 a.m. near Oasis and Locust Road. She left on foot to go for a walk, but family said walking alone was not something she normally did. She did not take her phone with her, and her purse and identification were later found at home. Yeah. Colwell is described as 5 feet 11 inches, 155, 160 pounds. Family members said Colwell has lived in the area for years, is familiar with the community, is known by many residents. They described her as friendly and likely to speak to people. Let me share her photo here. Share.
Now the aqueduct is not far, but it's just a lot of desert.
I always, whenever I hear about stories like this, when people leave without their cell phones or their purse or anything like that, I obviously get a really, really bad feeling about that, because
Me too.
there was, and I'm not saying that this is what happened, but there was a young lady who did that not that long ago. I believe she was in Texas,
right?
And she walked. You remember?
I suggested it in your chat, Josh, that it was going to be more of a mental health thing.
That's sort of what it's sounding like, that it's possible that maybe, she I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much, but most people in their right minds don't go for a walk without their phone, identification, a backpack of some kind, of purse. I don't know many
Right.
people
And
walk without their phone. That's just
I
what I'm saying.
I think too, it's unknown what she's wearing. Apparently, she changed before she left, so I'm not really. It's just I just it's and she's works for the school district in Lancaster, which is
Well,
in LA County in Antelope Valley.
okay. Well, we'll keep
So
an
I
eye
just
out.
thought it would be. I'd hoped it would be bigger news, but I certainly just hope the best. She's well loved.
Keep an eye on the case.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think they're using canines.
Yeah, they lost the scent around the corner, and
yeah,
they called him off.
completely typical there. Anyone who sees Caldwell or believes there is a immediate emergency should call 911. Anyone with info, possible past sightings or camera footage is asked to contact Victor Valley Sheriff Station, and the number is 760-552-6800 or Sheriff Dispatch at 760-956-5001. So, I don't know. I'm sure we have viewers down there. If you watch this and if you know anybody that in that area, just keep an eye out. If you know anything, it's a horrible thing. But I very much, when you hear these stories about people just leaving without, anything, it very likely could be a mental health issue. But who knows? It's hard to speculate. And I hope she's okay. And so
Me too.
So statistically speaking, the idea of an abduction of a woman of that age randomly like that is very improbable.
It doesn't seem like it's an abduction situation, but
and at that age, generally the motive is not sexual. Usually, it could be, but statistically, it argues against it. But it happens. It's just less likely. And I think what you want to think about is things like, somebody with mental health concerns, somebody wanders off, somebody has, like that kind of thing. Or unfortunately, you can have somebody is attacked and, harmed and taken off somewhere, but it is less likely. And I'm sure that they're looking. I mean, the fact that there's just this vanishing scent, I mean, it does make me wonder if she got into a vehicle, but I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a Bob question, because Bob is listening. But you know what I mean, Josh? Do you have her like turning a corner and then all of a sudden there's no more scent?
Yeah, it's weird.
Sort of odd. Makes me wonder if she got into somebody's vehicle.
Well, thank you for bringing this up to us, and hopefully this, can shed some
Thank
light.
y'all so much. I appreciate it. I do. And y'all know the Antelope Valley is a real hotbed for stuff happening. Like as far as all the child murders and stuff like that.
Well, you have a great accent.
Thank you. I'm Appalachian.
Yeah. Oh, are you? Yeah.
Yeah. I've been out here 10 years.
Uh-huh.
Does that mean she can read minds?
Well,
I have a lot of talents. Grandpa Baker could, and he would clog, and he liked butane, and
Wait, what state are you actually in?
I'm in California in the Mojave Desert in
You're
Antelope
originally
Valley.
Appalachian. Where were you born?
Appalachia.
No, but where exactly? Like within which state?
Appalachia, the city. Appalachia.
Oh, Appalachia, the city. I thought you
Yeah.
meant Appalachian Mountain region.
No, I am Appalachian from the Appalachian Mountains, and the town's called Appalachia.
Okay. But the town is called Appalachia. Well,
Not
right back at you. All right. Well,
Yeah.
the Appalachia right back at you. All right. Well, that was fun. Well, I appreciate very much your call. Now I understand. I got an education on the geography of Appalachia or Appalachia. Josh, did you know that Appalachia is in Appalachia, but in other words, is Appalachia wider than the town of Appalachia?
Oh, Appalachians run from northern Georgia up to Maine.
Okay,
Sometimes
so
you can walk
that's
2
what
weeks in the dark.
That's what I was asking, which state you were in if you were in Appalachia, but you meant that you were in the city of Appalachia in Appalachia, which made the whole thing into a really bad Abbott and Costello routine.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous because I'm so excited to talk to y'all.
That's okay. I like you a lot. I think you're a character, and
Thank you.
and you're very welcome. And thank you for looking out for this poor woman.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And thank y'all. And I appreciate y'all. And just have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Oh, thank you. Y'all are welcome. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Great call. Yeah, that's sad. Yeah,
That was it.
these kind of things. This kind of things happen often, you know.
But there was an Abbott and Costello quality to that. Do you remember Abbott and Costello?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't remember them from my time, but I know who they are.
I remember that whole skit with the who's on first, who's on second, but I don't know, it's on third. Right? There was a little of that going on there.
Well, most of it was just you being incompetent.
Yeah, right. I'm not incompetent. One time I had an accident.
Well, yeah, you're incompetent and continent. But like from you know, because like the other day when you were doing math when you were 10.4 billion.
Oh yeah. I was doing it very fast. If you only knew how long I had been awake before that show, and by the end of that show, Morpheus was knocking me left and right. I was out of it. By the end of that show, I was so tired.
I know you were tired. You were cranky with me.
I wasn't cranky.
Yeah, you were. Okay. With me, you were.
All right. Sometimes people think I'm cranky, and it's just me being Italian.
You were cranky. Yeah. Cranky.
Is there anybody left?
Yeah, there is. Let's see. Mac, go ahead. You're on. Where are you calling from?
Hi, it's me. I called one time before. How are you?
Hi.
Hi, Gary. This is for you.
Oh, God.
It's about the family. But we can put them to the side for a second. So the question is,
I won't talk about the family. I can't do that.
Right. So here I'll take it down a different road. What if we have two narcissists that are married? And I'm trying to put this together. It piggybacks that gentleman who phoned. So, two narcissists that are married who are into poetry, which is pretty dark, and a band plays like Murder, Death, Squad, I don't know, something like that. And they collide together, they get married, and then they snap together. And they become sociopaths for, I don't know, 16 hours, let's just say. The squirrels get loose in their head, and then they crawl back into their little cave. Can you snap in and out of psychopathy?
No.
Is one way I'm looking at this. Then you see where I'm going with this in my head, how I'm trying to tie up the loose ends for a couple of people in the picture. So if they do this, these two narcissists, and then they snap, then they go back in the same house together, and I'm trying to figure out in my brain pretty rapidly here how this would roll out. Can you help me with that, actually?
Well, a person doesn't snap in and out of being a psychopath. Psychopathy is it's a kind of character structure that will be present within an individual, and they can, at a given moment, show different degrees of it. But a psychopath is a psychopath. You don't wake up one day and be a psychopath. It's not like a state, like psychosis or depression or something like that. It is a entire personality structure. Now, a person could be narcissistic and do something extremely narcissistic, but the idea being that the idea that a person would under pressure suddenly become psychopathic is, I mean, the only time I could see a person becoming psychopathic would be if somebody had experienced some kind of brain damage affecting the frontal lobe, and they suddenly lose their inhibitions, their capacity for for guilt or introspection, things like that. Like with brain damage, I suppose a person.
But I think I'm not. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to revamp it a little bit. I'm going to tighten it up a little bit. Okay. So we have two narcissists.
I mean, I don't know.
They have very deep backgrounds in poetry, reptilians. Okay, they like to walk the desert and shake hands with rattlesnakes, and play some dark music about murdering people and shit like that. Okay, then they're married in their little cave there. Then one of them, let's just say one of them snaps, but they've been a sociopath or have psychopathy this entire time. They snap, then the other one's got to jump in because there might be money involved here. Either way, they're both looking at money. Yeah. Narcissist A and narcissist B is looking at money in a scenario, and they help party A who snapped and went off the deep end.
How do you shake hands with a snake?
The tail, the little rattle. Shit. I'm just thinking out loud to myself here and throwing out that idea that would one jump in with a payday in the long run to assist Wacko on the left in the meantime without rolling on them and giving them up to the cops.
Are you the person who called us? Are you the person? I'm having a flashback.
Yeah, it's me.
Did you call us about Ted Bundy?
Yeah, it was me.
that you were like you had like a near miss with Ted Bundy.
I absolutely did.
Shaking hands with a rattlesnake. That was
well,
you.
I was a cop for 35 years. So
I remember. Yeah, you encountered a lot of the worst of them. Very, very interesting. Well, anyway, so proceed. Rattlesnake, shaking hands, go.
I'm processing it, so I put it out there that if one of them snapped and the other one's got that dark personality, the Death Squad band or Death Band, Murders Band, and the end game is money for either one of them. Squirrel A, Squirrel B. Squirrel B snaps. Squirrel A comes in to save Squirrel B. You can go vice versa. Squirrel B snaps, and A comes right in and helps them out because they're both nuts. When you look at their background. Okay, that's that scenario. A, what do you think of that idea?
Josh?
Well, I mean, it's like sort of like Bonnie and Clyde situation.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's possible, but I can't, obviously, you're talking about Annie and Tommaso, and so I don't know.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's a couple of squirrels out there.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, look, of course, something like that is possible. I don't know. Dr. Gary, I mean, are there like, is that a phenomenon where there are, like people who are like married or in love and they go on crime sprees together? Like, is that
I'm not talking about this particular case, but there are usually there's a psychopathic male and a female who is infatuated with that individual or afraid of them, loyal, afraid, whatever. I have a whole category for that in Evil with Michael Stone. And so, like, for example, think of the Starkweather case with Carol Fugate. The idea is that usually the female is either hyperstaphilically turned on by the criminal nature of the male, or is petrified of him and has developed a loyalty, and then they sort of go on a spree. Usually they're multi-state and on the run, which symbolizes the fact that they tend to be people who didn't really have stable homes and find a sense of belonging and hostility towards authority figures together. Interesting thing about those types of, yes, turned on, Kelly. Hybristophilia is about being sexually aroused by the partner being a criminal. And usually
would
they go on those kinds of sprees. Yeah.
What about a horticulturist?
Would
What?
that make a I don't know, the wife maybe passive aggressive?
No, let me be clear. I am not talking about the Guthrie situation because I refuse. That is not happening. But as a general construct, in a couple where a couple commits crime together, usually, statistically, the male is the dominant and the more psychopathic, and the female is the dedicated or drawn in or kind of bewitched in many ways figure who is caught up with this individual, or is petrified of him. One of those things, and will go along with it. Often they turn eventually on the male if they're more afraid. Think, for example, of the Cameron Hooker case. Or they'll defend the person to the end. I'm aware, for example, of child abuse cases where the wife of a guy who clearly married her to get to her child will defend him. That kind of thing.
That case with what is his name, Stephen Stern or something like that.
Well, I don't know what went on
Florida.
in terms of the, but I guess what I'm getting at is, like, there are a lot of reasons why that happens. But in the case you're talking about, like, I'm not even going to go there because no, I'm not going to do that. But your general question is interesting, about couples who do that. I think that is a fascinating question. Catherine Ramsland, the psychologist, a forensic expert, she has calculated, or at least shared in her writing, that about 20% of, I think, serial killers operate with a partner, and that's
that book, The Serial Killer's Apprentice.
that is a lot more than you would think.
That
Right.
book was great.
Oh yeah, it's a good book. I blurbed it. That book.
Yeah, no, it was awesome.
She's somebody I know well. And
I've never had somebody said to have her on here. I'm sure we could.
Witness box. She was on the witness box.
She was our very first episode of the Witness Box. Yeah, she was awesome.
But the idea is, that's an interesting statistic.
I got her to throw her head back and laugh.
Oh, you're pretty funny.
Well, she said that she had written how many books?
Oh, I don't remember the number. 72.
It was like 72. And I said, you've written 71 more books than I've read. And she threw her head back laughing. And then she was probably like, this guy's an idiot. Then I was quiet after that. All right, Mac. Thank you. We got other calls.
Thank you. Oh, and next year we got to go to CrimeCon.
Well, that's the plan. Dr. Gary and I are going to share a room, I guess.
Being a whole, I didn't know about. And to back this Bundy thing, which I really don't like to. I wanted to tell you that I was working so much and taking care of my son Josh with the hemophilia and the family, everything like that. That I didn't see his picture. I happened upon it in 2023. That's when I was able to, slow down. And that's when I saw it coming across YouTube and said, I know that person. I had a face-to-face with him. And after that, I don't know what happened. It was on TV. I'm not tech savvy at all. And there was 2 more times without the name being on the TV that I looked at it and said, that's a person. And it was him.
Yeah,
it's like burned into my brain. So I don't really want to talk about it because, like I said before, it takes me some time to get over the hump it, the thought of that person. But no, it wasn't. I had not searched him out. I still have not. I don't know if he's alive or dead. I'm not interested. To be honest with you, might be odd, but I just not interested in him. He's a sick person. But thank you,
All
and
right.
you've
Thank
given
you.
me something to think about. And yes, CrimeCon next year is a must. 100 North.
All right. Take care.
Okay, cheerio, and congratulations, Chet.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ted Bundy was executed many, many years ago. I remember watching his what was it? His he did an interview. He had like 24 hours. You remember that interview? And he like found God and all that stuff. It was nice. Let me see. Somebody said that there's a CrimeCon cruise. I will not. You're muted, Dr. Gary.
No, I said I've heard that.
I will not go on a cruise to CrimeCon. Would you do that?
A cruise to CrimeCon?
A CrimeCon cruise.
No, I wouldn't. But I mean, do they do a fake murder on the cruise?
No.
I've always wanted to be that character. I don't know how to explain it. That sort of Tim Curry in Clue character. Like there's a murder and I'm the host. You know what I'm saying? I always want to be that character, like in a staged, like a fake murder scenario on a boat or like a restaurant or something, and I get to kind of come out and you know what I mean, and sort of like present the evidence. I would love to be that character.
Yeah, I would never go on a cruise.
No, I wouldn't. I not that kind of.
I'd go on a riverboat.
You would go on a riverboat.
And I've also like I went on a vacation. I did a week on a houseboat in Lake Don Pedro in Southern California, which was awesome.
I'm a boat guy. I love boats.
I brought a banjo with me and I had some straw that I chewed on.
Okay. I need a boat. I want to own a boat. But by the end of my life, I will own a boat.
Like a sailboat?
I just don't care. I need to be out on the water. It's my happy place. Always has been.
The water?
Well, because my father loved to fish, and I spent a lot of my early years fishing. And I haven't talked about that. I should talk about it with Bob sometime.
I didn't know you were a fisherman.
But I loved to fish with him growing up. Yeah, well, you know.
Can't you fish in Central Park? That's where we're gonna fish at.
We used to go out to the island, out on Long Island. Actually, one of my favorite places to fish with him was the place where an aircraft famously crashed, and then the water got polluted by fuel. You couldn't fish there anymore, but it was out on the island. We used to love to go out there. It was great for flounder.
Yeah, I don't even like eating fish, but I like catching them. I used to catch really big catfish.
I can't eat fish, but I enjoyed catching them. To be honest, I really just enjoyed going with my dad. But and we always went to Lake George upstate.
You don't have to say.
I get sick from it.
Like the mercury?
From any kind of fish, it makes me ill.
Because of the mercury?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just I have like an allergy to fish. I can't eat it.
Like what about shellfish?
It's funny because shellfish doesn't bother me. It's
That's
regular.
what people
It's
are
regular.
really allergic to.
Yeah, you're allergic?
No, I'm not allergic.
My father was very allergic to shellfish, which is interesting.
No, I'm not allergic. I'm allergic to a certain ingredient in it was called, I don't know if you remember, 1, 2, 3 Jello.
No.
It's a very specific kind of Jello that had a very knockoff ingredient that I ate it twice and I broke out in a rash each time, and I was probably like 6. That's it. That's all I've ever been allergic to.
Interesting.
Although I did get stung by so many wasps once that the doctor told me that if I got stung anymore, that I would probably become allergic because I had taken in so much venom from them. I didn't know that was a thing.
It's disturbing.
He said that you have to avoid being stung for like 7 years. It was awesome. Yeah.
Wow. Well, I just think there's something about being out on the water and the boat sort of scraping on the surface and the intimacy of being in the boat with somebody and chatting and just, having a soda or something and listening to the gulls and the patience that it requires
I like how you call them gulls and not seagulls.
Well,
you know why?
Why?
Because seagulls aren't a real thing. Gulls are.
Gulls, yeah.
Yeah, but people call them seagulls.
I don't.
Right, because they're not a real thing, but that's what people call them.
People say a lot of stupid things. But I also like how sort of ancient fishing is. It feels like you're engaging in a very, I don't know, primitive kind of thing. It just feels like you're doing something
like a fisher of men.
Yeah, right. But I don't know, and I like that it was like it was one of these things where like my father would experience this very paternal pride, when I caught a fish and sort of hold it up.
Good memory though, that is.
Yeah, I still can feel it. The sun on my shoulders, the whole. I loved
When was
it.
the last time you went fishing?
About a year ago, I think. But I enjoy it a lot. I really do. And I'm not like Bob, like like really really good at it. And I mean, I just do it for like a hobby. And my dad was really good at it. But more than anything, I just really like being out on the water.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get it because it's just one of those sentimental things that probably brings you closer.
Well, I just think everybody has these.
Let me analyze you, Dr. Gary.
Go ahead. You can analyze. Go ahead.
I did. It must make you feel very close to the times of the yesteryears.
I want a refund. Josh. Josh, seriously, everybody's got memories that are very tied to their most primitive kind of neuronal connections. The things that pull us into the earliest parts of ourselves, and that we have. That's what nostalgia is all about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't you have anything that nostalgically brings you back to a happier time that you've romanticized and you kind of?
Yeah, well, it's funny because when I was like, I don't know, 18, I worked in the mall at Foot Locker. And back then, the mall that we had was like a thriving mall, like it had.
Did it have crappy restaurants?
Tons of them, tons of crappy
restaurants. So we can take it off the bingo list.
There was a place called Sweet River Saloon.
Definitely crap. Coming off the list next.
It's where we went. Like we would take, like before prom, we'd go to the restaurant at the mall, and they had a movie theater and
definitely crap. It
was terrible, but it was fun. And then they had a huge arcade. And somebody the other day put up photos of like the inside of the mall from like 25 years ago. And it was very nostalgic. You're sitting there because all that stuff's gone now, like all those places are gone. They're toast. And
I miss, there's something, it's funny how I hated malls when I was younger, but I sort of weirdly, in a romantic way, miss them. The kind of mall you're talking about, not the thing they have now. But there was something about those 80s style malls, like I missed, for example, those big CD stores.
Yes. Yeah.
I used to love
that was like a huge thing. Like on Saturday was, you're going to go to the mall and buy a CD. I remember I was so excited to go to the mall one time, and I bought a tape, and it was Warren G's Regulators. It was just a single. You remember that song?
Oh, yes.
And I had to hide it from my grandma because I didn't want her to take it from me.
Really? I used to like Tower. That was a good one. HMV. There were really, really cool stores. And I also miss Blockbuster Video.
Well, that's funny. Speaking of nostalgia, I used every Friday, I would take my kids after I got off work to Blockbuster, where they could either rent a movie or a video game, get some snacks, and then I would rent. It's when I was watching The Sopranos, so I would rent The Sopranos on DVD. Now you could just stream them. It was a lot of fun. but they were real little. They remember it, and it was a
Most
blast.
people watched Disney with their children, Josh.
No. I didn't watch Sopranos with them. They got
you. That's the joke.
But the funny thing is that when they got older, they both ended up watching The Sopranos because, they most kids watched Disney. We used to watch SpongeBob, but that show sucks.
No, I love SpongeBob. Don't even joke.
I knew that you were going to say that.
SpongeBob is hilarious. Actually, one of the greatest.
It's the same thing.
All seriousness, one of the greatest. Did we already cover dating? One of my favorite dates I ever had was I was with someone someplace where instead of going where we were supposed to go, we just got a bunch of junk food and watched SpongeBob all day. And it was bizarrely fun. It was just like sitting around on a couch with like blankets and just watching that stupid humor all day long. And I have to say it was really weirdly a great day. Sometimes you need something that's just like mindless to just like be happy,
Yeah, I mean,
but it was fun. I loved it.
Anyway, yeah,
I would also like it to
yeah.
watch horror movies. Like I could watch, like I would think it was a great date to watch the entire run of the Puppet Master movies back to back, or to sit and watch the entire Nightmare on Elm Street series. Definitely. I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy. I like from that all the way through to like, Freddy eating the pizza with the people's faces and the woman turning into the roach. I would just love it.
I had kids extremely young, 18, 19, back to back. I was married, which was a mistake. And then, but just because I was so young,
Yeah.
it was just a dumb thing. But so now I have a 21-year-old and a 22-year-old. And I tell people that I used to walk them to school because we were in the same grade.
Yeah. Josh, let me ask you a question.
You liked that one, didn't you, Dr. Gary?
Yeah, I get it. Let me ask you a question. Do you have a pet peeve for things people do in your chat? Because I do. I have a couple of pet peeves. You know what one of my pet peeves is?
I don't like when people tell me to move on.
That's annoying. I think one of the most annoying things is when a person thinks that we've gotten boring. And instead of just quietly leaving, they announced the entire chat that they're leaving. And they'll say something like this. Well, it's been real. Good night, folks. Got to go to bed. Gotten dull. There's something about that because it's like, why not just go? You know what I mean?
Well, because it's all about them, I guess.
I can't handle it. It drives me crazy. It's like if you didn't like a movie at the theater, instead of just getting up and walking out, you scream in front of the entire audience, "This movie sucks!" And
I've
then,
done that.
like, why would somebody do that?
I've done that.
Rude. Ugh, that's
but I was the only one in the movie theater when I did it.
It's just really.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's done intentionally to sort of show as if we are here to amuse, and the clown show has gotten dull, and our red noses are wearing, they're becoming more wan, and we have to sort of entertain them. I mean, are you kidding me?
I mean,
we don't dance, All right, so that's annoying. Do you have a pet peeve? Come on. You got to have it.
Well, when people sort of kind of try to direct the show, yeah, like they say, you should move on, or let's talk about something else, or let's stop talking about,
right.
Yeah, I hate that.
Not also annoying is when you comment on rudeness and then people tell you that it's because you can't handle negative feedback. It's absolutely incorrect. It is pointing out the poor etiquette.
You know what I do?
Having a problem with negative feedback. I think there is true crime audience etiquette.
I tell people when somebody says something like that, I say they can take their gaslighter and shove it up their ass.
No, but it's like there are rules for etiquette. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. But I mean, what do you expect when you're, there's a couple thousand people watching. So,
well, the other thing is that what I find very annoying is that because in our contemporary culture, we're all drenched with dopamine. Anything that takes more than 2 seconds to say bores people. So they'll say, "Give me, disquisition. Give me an explanation of the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath." And I am one sentence in, and then the audience will be like, "Boring."
too much.
Move on.
Yeah, he talks too
I'm not
much.
interested. Like I'm giving
Yeah.
you an answer.
Well, we
That's
we have a couple calls left, so we'll take
Oh,
them.
let's hope
And
they've got some etiquette.
I'm sure they do. Catherine, go ahead, Catherine.
Hello.
Hi, where are you calling from?
Hello.
I am calling from Northeast Tennessee, about an hour away from where Summer Wells disappeared.
It's funny that,
Greenville, Tennessee.
let me just say this really quick, that
I love her.
my grandmother yesterday asked me, she said, did they ever find that little girl? And I turned around and I said, what little girl are you talking about? And she says, the little girl from Tennessee. She didn't remember her name, because she's, I don't know, 80 something. And I remember standing there and I just my head sort of kind of dropped down. And I said, no, they have not. It was a very sad moment. It caught me off guard, I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's
That's a
very
beautiful
sad.
story, actually.
It just really bothers me a lot.
It does me too, and it's pretty close to me. But that was one of the things that I wanted to ask is
Sure.
where is Don and Candace and Grandma right now?
Well, I don't know where Grandma is, but from what I understand, that Don and Candace are still on the hill. That's
Wow.
that is something that that is a paid for property.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of property out here. That's heaven.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you feel like people have given up. But I can tell you that I talked to Chris about this case a lot, the Summer Wells case. And if you don't know, there are a lot of people that are new. And if you're not familiar with the Summer Wells case, it's one of the very first on YouTube that I had ever talked about. And it took a lot. Personally, it took a lot out of me, and it because I allowed it to, because I felt so strongly about it and was so baffled that nobody was doing anything productive I just couldn't imagine a little girl go missing. And
have you been out here? You've been out here, haven't you?
I've been to Tennessee.
Yeah, you see how it is. I hate to say the body, but it could be anywhere.
I know.
And I called into you and Chris one time about that in the very beginning, and we have what they call convenience centers where we take our trash. And I'm telling you that they don't watch what you put. There's like a line of dumpsters, or fenced in with a guard a guy who's there, and they don't watch what you're putting in the dumpster. And I just imagine that that's what they did, because that, just like the little boy, they went through the dump and found his body. But I always thought that. But I wonder where Grandma is.
Well, hold on one second. She's not there. She's not on the hill. I don't know where she is, but I know that she's not.
Well, that case and the Guthrie case, I don't listen to the details of Guthrie case right now, but the things of those that smacks me is that, like, Grandma disappeared. She took off to help her brother with a heart condition while the granddaughter was missing. Right? I mean, she was gone right away. And in the Guthrie case, and I'm not saying, because I don't know the details, I'm just saying what I got out of it is that didn't the son-in-law go out of the country when right after she was missing. That's just my.
I've heard that, but I also heard that none of that has been verified.
It's not what?
It's not verified. Nobody
Oh,
actually knows if that happened or not. But it is true that yes, Grandma did leave, and right after she went missing, and Don, about I think a week or so after she went missing, he also took off, and there's so many things about that case that are so troubling and so infuriating, and I pray for a resolution for that case.
It's sad. Something. It's not right. But
It's not.
anyways, it's really great to talk to you all. I talked to you once before. I
Well,
don't know if you remember me.
I think I do remember you. Yes, yeah. I think that you did call in and talk to Chris and I. It was a while ago.
Oh yeah, I've talked to you and Doctor also. I'm the one who talked about being kidnapped from a convenience store I was working at. Robbed and stuff.
I remember
that person. Yeah.
certainly
But
do.
I listened to all of your piano.
Thank you. Are you one of those people who very kindly sent a coffee tip?
I'm a big fan. No, I would like to. I would.
By listening. Well, thank you anyway for listening. It's a big deal. I really appreciate it, and I hope you share it with some people. Did any of the pieces stand out to you that you like in particular?
I didn't get your new ones today. I guess I like the Carole King song. That's been a while though, a couple months. And also,
I was just about to do "So Far Away," actually. And
right.
What's the other one that you like?
And as long as Willy Wonka comes on, my heart like skips a beat. I just love
when I
that
played Pure
movie.
Imagination?
Yeah, I love the movie and that song is awesome.
I didn't know if I had the recording of it public. Is it up?
It's old. It's been there a while, but I save everything to my main playlist. But now I got to make your own playlist.
But in other words,
I'm saving everything.
I still have Pure Imagination public.
I'm not. I can get to it. It's on my list, so it comes up like every other day or something. I listen to the same 200 songs.
I will do "So Far Away." I think that's a very beautiful song. And there are a couple of songs that people don't realize Carole King wrote. Other people made them famous. For example, "Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow?"
Yeah,
is a Carole King song, or
I'm a huge. I love her music.
Or "Go Away, Little Girl." "Go Away, Little Girl" is a Carole King song. People don't realize.
Wow, really?
Oh yeah, but I think that I think I should do "So Far Away." It's a really great song.
Hey, Catherine, do you remember when Dawn threatened to stab me?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't miss a thing. I'll tell you. I've been listening ever since she went missing, and I quit listening to all the other crime channels except for you and Chris, because it's all a bunch of. It's just too much drama. It's sickening, But I've been missing a lot of you all because when the election came, I've just watched like Solid Politics now at night while I'm doing my work. That I listen for hours, so my brain is. When I get to listen to you all or my true crime again, I get I got to get distracted from the politics. It's getting to be too much.
It is. It is a little much. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you, Kat, and calling again.
Right. I will. I love you guys, and I thank you for. I really like each and every show.
Thank you.
I learn a lot of deep stuff from the doctor, and you're just fun to be around. So
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Love you guys.
All right. Love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What a love. Yeah. She's called a few times.
She's a sweet person. Somebody very well. I think she's very bright too. I like her. She has like a detective like quality to her. And I like her because she's so soft spoken and gentle that you could miss that she's as sly as a fox. It's like a Miss Marple thing.
By the way, June 15th. June 15th is the 5-year mark that Summer have been missing. 5 years.
June 15th. So sad. But that was very kind of her also to comment that she listens to the piano music, that means a lot to me. Also, she's a very sweet lady. She's called a bunch of times.
Yeah, she's very nice.
People in the audience ask for the tip link, Josh. So I gave them the.
Well, I think if you just go to Dr. Gary's page.
Yeah.
And do you have it in the description?
Yeah, I'm going to put it right now. I sent it to you in the private chat when they asked for it.
Hold on.
But it's easy. I'll just put it in the. This is my coffee tip link. Here. There. I put it in the chat.
Right.
Which is very, kind of you to let me do. Although it doesn't show. That's weird. How come when I do it, it doesn't show up?
YouTube doesn't like them for some reason.
Oh. Well, you can show it, though.
Yeah, let me try. Hold on.
Otherwise, it's just under all the videos.
Hold on.
They're very funny people. There you go. I think that's the one that.
Yeah. Gary Lane ran. There it is.
I think that works. It's different than the way I write it, but I think it would work. Let me see.
No, it's in there. It's cool.
Yeah, that works. That's it. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Yeah, no problem. We have one more.
Who?
One more call. Marlo.
Marlo. I don't remember anybody calling named Marlo. Hello, Marlo.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. I think I've only known 2 Marlos in my whole life.
Oh, cool.
I suppose Marlo Thomas.
Well, hi, Doc.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
How are you? Where are you calling from?
Prescott, Arizona.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that.
Northern Arizona, up in the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a couple quick questions for Dr. Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to do with true crime, although I watch every one of your shows because I love true crime. But this has nothing to do with it.
Oh boy. This too shall pass away.
So, I had a typical traumatic childhood. Lost my parents, was on my own and homeless at 14. I went through the whole got raped, got molested as a child. First marriage was super abusive, etc. And every time I have gone to a psychiatrist and they do the intake thing, all the questions, and I tell them that, they always say, or they always ask me, okay, so what kind of drugs are you addicted to? And how many times were you arrested or in jail? And I have never been arrested for anything.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been addicted to anything. I partied in my 20s, but that was it. And I raised 2 great kids. And I'm just wondering why, because they say to me, 90% of people like you with that kind of a childhood is going to end up in prison or as a drug addict. So what makes me different? That's my question.
Well, first of all, it's not necessarily true that everybody who has that kind of background winds up like that. There are many different paths that people take in life when they've had experiences like that. Some of them channel it into helping other people, or have some kind of resiliency that because they had people around them that loved them a lot, or they had resources, or they had someone they could tell at the time and didn't have to hold it in themselves. Some people go the route of becoming hypersexual, and some people become totally disinterested in sex. Some of them are right in the middle. They become, for example, someone who can be in pornographic movies, but in their private life have no interest in sex. There are all kinds of things that happen to people. There's no clear path. Victimization by abuse, very similar to experiencing a death. It's sort of like all bets are off in terms of what happens to you. There is no rule in terms of how you react to it, and there's no judgment in terms of how anybody deals with it, the life path that they have. Absolutely not, because especially when someone is a child and their brain is still sort of wiring and they have not even discovered, let's say, normal, healthy sexuality or come to trust certain people or fallen in love or anything, and then have that sort of perverted for them. Who's to say how that affects a developing mind? So I think it's one of those things where like you have to just understand like there's no rule. There is no rule at all.
Okay.
Some people cope with it with drugs and alcohol. Some people cope with it by becoming aggressive. Some people cope with it by shutting down. Some people become depressed and blame themselves. Some people become obsessional. Some people become overly altruistic or empathic. There is no rule. And I'm happy if you didn't go a route that was destructive to yourself. That's a good thing. But
Well, I had a lot of depression over the years, but
okay, so
other than that,
you're saying without turning this into a clinical call, you're saying you're volunteering to the audience that you turned it inward. In other words, are you also a
yeah,
very empathic person, a very sensitive,
yes, I am
empathetic person?
actually.
Because a lot of people who have experienced trauma, what they do is they try to make the world around them a little bit more predictable by trying to anticipate the feelings of other people. And people like that can be very, very, very empathic. And when used the right way, that's a gift. One of the
Yeah.
reasons that people in empathic professions suffer is that people don't realize that what they are using in using their empathy day in and day out is a gift that very often arose as a response to trauma. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Gift that can
Yeah.
arise in people because they've been, I think a lot of empathic people, for example, have some kind of chronic trauma where they were exposed to very chaotic people or unpredictable people or instability in the family structure or mental illness in the family or alcoholism or drugs or abuse, whatever. And people like that, the idea is let me see if I could find a way to predict other people's feeling. And sometimes, if there is no logic at all to people's behavior, the logical person will say, well, I guess the independent variable is me. I guess I'm fundamentally wrong. And that's why these terrible things happen. And so a person like that can engage in a terrible amount of self blame. Sometimes in empathic people, you turn the blame on yourself because you love the people that are actually responsible for the chaos and you don't want to blame them. That happens too. I've dealt with people in therapy that will say, I love my mother. I love my mother. I was just a terrible person. But the truth is their mother was very abusive. And they don't want to say that because they love her. There are a lot of things like that that go on with people. You understand? So
Yeah.
right. So I want you to understand that if you are an empathic person as a result of whatever you're describing or related, that is to say, you want to see it that when things happen to you, it's sort of like you experience them more deeply than other people. It's like very hard to clot it. It's like a kind of emotional hemophilia, right? And people like that, I'll tell you, if another person has a negative experience and they know an empathic person, it is a big deal. It could save their life because it can make a person feel like you are really with them where they are at. When you are right, when you are empathic, you can make other people feel like they are not alone in a way that no one else can. I have people that I know who I can understand things about them and make them talk about things they have never told anybody else. And I drive them absolutely crazy because I put them in contact with emotions they don't want to feel. So they get annoyed at every single thing that I say, and yet they won't stop talking to me because the idea is that they can't. No one's going to give that up. You understand? No one gives up the connection with an empathic person. So you must be a very special person to a lot of people.
Well, but I'm always helping people,
That's what I'm saying.
but I tend to find people who take advantage of that, and
I
it
know.
doesn't always turn out good, but you know, I still do it because I don't know how to not do it.
But just think that there's a lot worse crimes in this life than being somebody who's too empathic. If that's your fault
Right.
in the world, that's a pretty good fault to have.
I
And
guess that's how I've dealt with everything.
but think of it like this. There are two kinds of people in this world. Somebody that a terrible thing happens to, and the person is angry, and they want to go out and get even. And then the type of person who says, I'm going to be nicer to the world than it was to me. Now, to me, that takes a hell of a person. You understand?
Yeah.
Kinder to the world than it was to you is very unusual. Most people, when they're given the hot potato of pain, want to pass it on to someone else. I'm not going to be degraded by that. I'm going to do it to you, right? The boss is mean to me. I come home and I pick on someone else, that kind of thing. But what you're talking about is where the buck sort of stops with you, and then you go out and you're kinder to people than people were to you. And I think that's an extraordinary thing, and not to be taken lightly.
Huh. Okay.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm sure that you've touched a lot more lives than you think.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I have a lot of abandonment issues because both of my sisters, older sisters, didn't want me when parents died, so I was alone. So that has kind of, I don't want anyone else to ever feel that.
Yeah, but don't you understand? It's very
It's a horrible.
Very, very typical for the empathic person in the family to be the black sheep. And the reason is that the person who's the empath in the family is the accurate mirror. If they hold the mirror up to other people will see what they are. So you shoot the messenger. You always get rid of the black sheep empath. Understand? Because that's the person that if they were to tell the truth, everybody would be miserable. So you put everything on that person and you say, we'll just get rid of you. Problem solved. And I'm not saying that necessarily happening because I don't know your family dynamics. I'm only saying I've seen that a million times. And I'm trying to say to you, being the empath of the family, the mirror of the family, means that you're a dangerous figure to the family system. That's
okay.
Now, I'm not saying that I don't know your story, but that is very, very, very common. And so you will, for example, the classic story of the empathic figure is they come in to see me and they'll say, it's the weirdest thing. If I say something, it's wrong. But if my siblings said it, my parents would say it was the greatest thing they ever heard in their life. Right. My sibling could get a B on a paper and they'd have a special dinner for him. And I got an A+++. And my mother said, great, your brother was talking. That kind of thing. They feel that way, that everything that they do and say is downgraded and insignificant. And, it's sort of like being like in a kind of Rapunzel situation. Like the idea is that the system resents you, but depends on you. It doesn't want you to leave, and yet it wants to cripple you. Actually, it's sort of like a Cinderella thing. You ruin the esteem of the individual because if they ever leave, the whole system collapses. You understand? It's that kind of thing. And I don't know. As I said, I don't know what went on in your situation, but this is how empathic people are born. And then what they do is they go out and they make new families, oddball people that no one else notices or cares about. And they love those people and they form a new family and they make peace with it that way. And to those people, you're indispensable. Absolutely indispensable. That's how you want to think about it. And I think that the empathic person who will never give themselves credit, never. Truth is that they tend to be very good people, very selfless human beings who will never experience they'll never experience it themselves. It's like the old saying that a good person is a person who will plant a tree even though they'll never experience the shade of it.
That makes sense.
Well, so
Yeah, no, you're spot on. You are absolutely spot on.
I've been doing this a few weekends. Well, anyway, so
Yes,
but I hope that touched you in some way, and
yes,
that it gives
it
you
did
something.
very much,
Yeah.
very much.
Do you think you'll make amends?
I try to, but it just doesn't feel right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you run across in your practice well, maybe not your practice because you're higher up, but I have
Uh,
found that
I work with
in
a
the last few,
yeah. Uh-huh.
okay, the last few years, Medicare, because I'm an old lady, I'm an old hippie. Medicare no longer will pay for my therapy or therapist, psychological, mental health. And being on Social Security, I can't afford to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if there's things out there that help people like me.
Well, I mean, Medicaid, Medicare, you'll find lists of providers that are because we have to say if we opt in or opt out to work with them, and you'll be on the list. If you're a provider for them, so you look at the Medicaid, Medicare website, and there'll be a list of all the providers that accept it. But I will say that what you're picking up on, your finger is right on the pulse, as I'm sure it is often. That system is utterly and completely, shall we say, morally bankrupt in terms of
Yeah.
the minefield that a person has to traipse through to acquire basic care. And sometimes I think the websites and the phone systems, they're all designed to be difficult for people, particularly cognitively impaired people, elderly people, mentally ill people, people with drug issues and alcohol problems. It is amoral, in my opinion. And
Mm.
and the powers that be sometimes seem to be giving the message, we don't give a damn, about you. And
Yeah.
you
It
know,
feels that way
so, but I
sometimes.
hope you will take a look at, you'll see that you can find that. But yeah, those systems, they stink on ice. There's no question. And
Yeah.
but I think you're a very kind soul, and I really appreciate you calling. I'm always very heartened by encountering empathic people. There's always a few of them, in every one of these calls. I think they call in because they tend to be very confused and very lonely. And as a consequence, when they call, I try very hard to take advantage of the opportunity to kind of plant a seed, because it can really go a very long way. Empathic people are like a very fertile soil. You put the right idea in there, and it'll take root. So it was worth it for me to give you the long answer, and I hope it means something to you. But go out and use it, and continue to be kinder to people than they've been to you.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate
You're very
your
welcome.
input.
I hope.
I highly respect you. So I expect your advice.
Well, thank you. But it isn't clinical advice. I'm just making a general statement about.
They were just joking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, take
Thank
care.
you,
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
What a nice person.
Yeah. So that was the last call.
No Australians. We got 12 out of the 13, Josh.
No, Joey didn't call.
No, Joey was not on the list. We said they were an extra because we didn't think you.
Okay. I'm surprised no Australians called in.
No Australian. Dear Lord.
That's disappointing, actually. Is there any Australians in the chat? We'll take that.
We'll sing you Waltzing Matilda if you call.
Let's see if we can get 3 Australians in the chat. We'll call that a win.
I think that's a good.
Let's see. No, no Australians.
No.
The land. Well, no, Donna was in the chat. She's Australian.
Donna's Australian.
Let's see. Okay, so we got one Aussie.
I thought that was such a beautiful call.
2.
Oh, we've got more than one?
I see 2 so far. Waiting for the third. 3, 4. Damn, they're everywhere. We love us. It's like, I think it's Saturday afternoon in Australia. So
it's tomorrow in Australia, and it probably already sucks. Okay, the rest of us could look forward to it. But
big plans for the weekend, Dr. Gary?
Let me ask you something. No. Let me ask you a question. I plan to rock. Let me ask you a question. If you called in to a call-in show with me, what would you ask me? What would you ask me? What would your question be for me? You could ask me anything. What would it be? I'll answer it.
Let me think. It's a great question. We never met before. You don't know anything about me?
I mean, I could figure a few things out about you, I'm sure, but let's pretend I hadn't met you.
Okay.
But
Hi.
You want to be a
let's go through this whole thing, okay? Yeah. Hi, Dr. Gary. Big fan.
How are you, young man? You look like you've been wind tested.
Well, thank you, Dr. Gary. I don't know what that means, but it's probably a compliment.
I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Wow. Okay. So, I've been following you for a long time, and
in a car or on foot?
Well, binoculars mostly. And
That's good.
Sometimes you see me, I'm in a bush, and then I run off when you see me.
What
but,
Go ahead.
And I watch your piano page sometimes when I'm depressed, and to be honest with you, it makes me even more depressed sometimes.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's a good cure for mirth and merriment. Yeah.
But I've read your morbid book before. It's very well written, and it really, as somebody who has been affected by violent crime, it speaks to me.
Oh, yes.
And so I would say my question would be,
go on, Janet.
My question would be,
that was your name, wasn't it, young man?
Did you grow a beard because you're the host of the lab has one?
The host of the lab? You mean that strange strange guy?
Yeah, that awesome show where that handsome host, he's got that beautiful, soothing voice, and he's like one of the best broadcasters I've ever heard in my life. And I've seen you on his show, and you're fantastic on there. You guys compliment each other, but anybody would work really well with him because he's so good, as a host.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just wondering, did you grow a beard like him because you admire his beard?
First, sir, I need to ask you, are you well?
No.
Okay.
Not even a little.
Now, how close are you in this Josh that hosts the lab?
I mean,
does he live inside of you, Josh?
Some people say that we resemble each other a little bit.
Uh-huh. Does he talk to you?
No.
A little microphone on your shoulder?
No, not really.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I think he does, but And I'm a big fan of him as well as I am of you.
Did he grow a beard to look like you, or did you grow one to look like him?
He grew a beard to look like me, which means that if you grew a beard to look like him, you grew a beard to look like me.
I see. So I and the hallucinatory Josh are behaving in the same way.
Well,
And
I don't think you guys look. I don't think you guys actually look alike. You're both very, very handsome young men.
Thank you.
Very handsome.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I'm not gay, but I've never been tested like this either.
I see.
Yeah. So
you're also attracted to this alternate version of you.
Yes.
And if I told you to take yourself and go, well, okay. Well, so let me ask you a question, sir.
Okay. Sure.
Can you introduce me to this? If I were to ask you to close your eyes and hypnotize you, could you bring this Josh from the lab up?
Yeah, I mean, I could go get him for you if you need him.
I think he's close by. This is the weirdest person who has ever called into the show. Help us, viewers. Josh, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. What's up?
There's a lunatic that's been trailing me, and
I cut him off. He didn't know what he was talking about. He was very ill. He's very ill.
Yes, he's very unwell. He really is. You better do something about him, Josh, before he bleeds.
I've blocked him.
Before he bleeds into your work. You better do something about him.
I've blocked him from ever calling in again.
What's his name? What's evil alter ego Josh's name? I think this has to be a new character on your show. What are we going to call that guy that you just invented? I think he needs a name that sort of sounds like Josh, but it's like that character on an old.
I was going to say like he could be like Joseph.
Jed.
No. What am I, a Beverly Hillbilly?
How about we call him Dutch?
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a good game to play, like having split personalities with a psychologist.
Well, I learned a lot about you from your self-description. I was very disturbed, actually.
What could you have possibly learned?
Well, other than that you find yourself fascinatingly attractive and would go.
I don't.
You basically said that you were tested in your sexual identity by how attractive you found the alter ego of yourself.
Yeah. That's just me like giving myself confidence.
Well, I think that's terrific. It's deeply twisted, but I appreciate it.
But I don't actually feel that way.
And why did you joke about it?
Nor do I. Shut up. Don't talk. Why did you joke about it?
Now, in all seriousness, that's what you would ask me? Given the golden opportunity to ask, you could have asked me anything.
You know what? I have
this Dutch character.
No, I can give you a real question.
Give me a real one.
Okay, I'll give you a real question.
Because that was insane. I don't know why that was so funny, but it was. Anyway, I'm sorry. I broke my seriousness because I made myself. I try to stay very dry with you to be funny, but that just got me. All right, let me go. Question.
Let's see. I think let's see. I'm trying to think. You'd answer any question. Okay.
If it's appropriate.
Well, of course. All right. Do you think that if somebody shares DNA, a large portion of their DNA with an unsavory person,
right,
that they will have some of the faults of that person inherent?
It's a very interesting question. It depends what it is. Some things are inherited and some things aren't. I mean, what are you talking about?
Jealousy, anger. I mean, are those passed down or?
Anger can be if anger is associated with mood.
Yeah,
that is something that can be inherited.
But it's not always.
No, not at all. And who's to say how much of that kind of thing is inherited versus learned behavior in an individual who isn't treated very well. I mean, it's funny. I am not a very possessive or jealous person.
Yeah, me neither.
But I mean, to be honest with you, that
Me
kind
neither.
of thing doesn't bother me. I mean, I can't even find anybody that in my whole memory that I could think of feeling that way about. But I understand it in other people. I can understand the experience of, and I think if a person, for whatever reason, hasn't ever really encountered goodness or beauty or being wanted in his life, and then he finds someone who exemplifies everything that he ever wanted, but he thinks he doesn't deserve, he will treat that thing like an object, that person like an object, and try to control them because they don't understand that the person loves them. So they're always anticipating the person will leave, or the person will hurt them, or the person will lie to them, or the person will, and that could be from trauma. That could be from, there's all kinds of reasons. Now, for some reason, it could, some people it's biological to be angry, right, or to be depressed or something like that, which could be associated with insecurity or impulsivity or whatever. But I think in your case, if you're talking about your particular father, for example, I think you are old enough that if you were going to demonstrate traits that were genetic, they would have probably emerged already, in your young adulthood, teenage years or young adulthood. So I think I think.
I mean, but could that have been because even though we share DNA, I wasn't raised by him because I wasn't really taught that behavior.
That's what I'm saying. Because remember, genetics also need an external thing to sort of press upon them. And this is epigenetics. It's one thing to have genes, another thing to have the environment sort of, what's the word we're looking for? Unfold or express the gene. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you need some combo probably based on the statistics. And I mean, the information that's available in the literature. So I think that a person could have a predisposition to something, but then they don't necessarily have to bring it out.
Yeah.
The environment plays a role in that. So, the system being stressed or the system being traumatized or drugs or alcohol or whatever. So, but I think if you had a genetic trait at your age, it would probably have already emerged.
Yeah, and I also think that I know that I specifically made a valiant effort to be opposite of growing up, and not because I'm certainly not a perfect person, and I've never claimed to be, but I one thing that I do think that I am.
Yeah.
Is that I think that I'm understanding.
Yes, that's
I think I'm kind.
Yeah.
I'm not possessive or jealous.
Right.
And a lot of that is because I always wanted to be the opposite of that, and was sort of scared that maybe I could have been those things if I was raised differently. And so one thing that has always been on my mind was I don't know. I really don't even know how to word it correctly, but
a fear that it was in your destiny to replicate some of these behaviors that you hate.
Well, if it was like, it's almost like my mom got herself into a situation with somebody and that she gave up her life to get us away from somebody that was going to ruin ours too.
Right.
And so in that, without really knowing it, but obviously that didn't need to happen that way, but it did. And in that sort of sense, like she's my hero.
Well, good news. The genetics you got were probably your mother's.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
That's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
And in that sense, she's still alive.
Yeah, definitely.
Remember, children, when a parent is killed protecting their children, and we talked about that case earlier where that may have happened. It's like they take themselves and they put themselves into the ark. The child is like the ark, and then the rain comes, and the ark keeps that alive. It keeps the living things inside of it. And the child becomes the ark that keeps the parent forever alive. And so when your father did what he did with your mother, part of her had been put for safekeeping into the children. And the ark sailed on. That's the idea. He couldn't destroy it. You understand? And I think that's how you have to think about it. In doing that, she saved you and some part of herself through you. And that's so in a way you sort of keep her alive. And that's a really beautiful way to think about it, I think. So that he continues, in many ways to assail against all of you, and through the history of what he did and all of that, and you just keep sailing on, and in doing that, the little flame stays alive.
Yeah.
That's how you have to think of it. And then you pass it on to to your children who are her grandsons, and I'm sure she watches them and sees them. I have no doubt. And but I think it's a beautiful way to think about it. That's how I feel about my own father.
Yeah. Well, well, the thing with my kids is that they're so well adjusted and really
For a good dad. Yeah.
Well, that's the one thing that I've always taken like the most pride in was like it's always been the greatest honor of my life to have raised my children the way that I thought was proper, and the relationship that I have with my children, even though they're 21, 22 years old, and that they didn't have to suffer because of what I suffered. And so in that sense, her saving was generational.
Oh,
and I know that I know that, or at least I feel that she knows now that we were okay. But I think I used to think about right before she died. Like I know what was going through her mind was us. Like what's going to happen to my kids, and I wish that I could. I know, like spiritually, but I mean audibly. I wish that I could just say, we made it. We're okay. That I think about that a lot. I mean, do you think is that a normal thing? To want to,
of course,
because sometimes I reconcile when I try and say like I would give up this or that, or like how far would I go to give up just to be able to tell her that,
she knows. You have to understand.
I know, but I'm just saying like audibly, like I want a response.
You don't feel it?
I don't. I mean, I think so. I think. But I think some of it's probably me just wanting to like hear her voice too. That's probably what it is.
Where do you think your mother is?
Well, I mean, I'm convinced that she's in heaven.
So she hears you.
You know, it's not to get too like out there on this, but I remember my psychiatrist when I was a little kid, right after my mom was killed. I told her that I wanted that my mom. I told the lady, Diane was her name. I said, I want to. My mom went to heaven, and I want to go there too because I want to be with my mom. But I didn't understand what I was saying, and she was trying to explain to me like you can, but you have to live your life first, and I think uh as like a 3-year-old, like what a weird thing to like feel, you know what I mean?
I think that sometimes people that are on the other side can only communicate to us in indirect and strange ways, and I think that sometimes they do it through other people.
Yeah.
For example, what the professional said to you could easily have been something your mother would have said to you. It's in other words, the messaging is you'll get there, but you got to live your life first. And that's exactly what your mother would have said to you. Of course, she would have said, "Don't make what I did in vain. If you hurry up and you come spend time with me, you won't live the life that I kind of saved for you." That's the whole point, and you want to think about it that she loves you and needs to be at peace. And to be at peace, she has to know you're okay. That's
Yeah.
all. If you live your life worried all the time about, she got cheated and so forth, I'm telling you, if you could see where she is, you'd understand that she got the gift of going there as soon as possible. But the thing is, we don't know that here on this side of the wall. Now, it's terrible for you, of course, but once you're on that side, eye has not seen, and ear has not heard, right? So, but I think that it's important for you to understand that she can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly do believe that, and I also do uh, believe that that I have to live my life to the fullest because she gave hers up so we could.
Right. She earned it.
Yeah, like
That's right.
she not only did she give us, not only did she give birth to me, but she also sustained life for me and my sister, and on top of that, my would be my children and then their children. So I mean, I don't know, that wasn't really a question, that was just I don't know what that was.
Sometimes, Josh, when you ask someone to ask you a question, they wind up telling more than they get out of you.
Probably.
And with some people, all roads lead to Rome, or in your case, all roads lead to home. The idea is it doesn't matter what the question is. It's one question. Everything loops back to the original traumatic core. And I'm trying to tell you that this is the greatest question of your life, right? I mean, and I understand that. I'm also sure that your mother is aware that the person who killed her is about to get out. I'm sure of all of that. But I think you've obviously done a lot to earn having been saved. I don't think you have to have a guilt complex about that or anything like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did have that for sure.
But I'm trying to tell you that that's normal. But I'm trying to tell you that you've done more than earn it, and you've done a lot to draw the public's attention to people who do terrible things, and to remind people of their value, and to give people a safe space, and to these are very important things. In the final analysis, there isn't much more to life. I mean, here on this show, this is very raw. there's like life close to the bone here. I mean, we're here talking about the big stuff: God, loss, pain, illness, being robbed of people, having people treat you like crap, trauma, crime, murder, child abuse. But this is the real stuff here. And
Sure.
and in doing that, you're giving people this kind of safe space that they don't have, especially younger people. They don't have any place like this a lot of times, and that's a beautiful thing that you've done. You've created this kind of circle where people.
Yeah, well, you have a lot to do with that too. I mean,
Oh, I don't know. I don't like to think of it that way. I think you created the space. I'm just I'm a passer through. I'm not. Listen, I got an expiration date. I'm not here forever. I just try to do a little good on the way.
none of us are.
Right. We're all coming in for a landing, every one of us. So, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the people that have watched this show over the past couple of years that I've been doing this with you aren't even with us anymore. We've had people in the audience say, I'm very ill, I'm terminally ill. I'm like, people.
I think about that too.
Of course. Well, remember your mod?
Of course.
Well, of course. So what do you do? I mean, in life, what you do is you treat every opportunity, everything that comes your way, as the person in front of you is your neighbor. That's it. That's the answer to the question of who is my neighbor? Whoever happens to be in front of you in that moment. And we know from the scripture that whoever your neighbor is, you're going to be judged according to how you treat them, because the way you treat them is the way you're treating Christ. So everybody that comes across your path, you treat them with kindness. You try to see the best in them. You try to help them. You try to lift them up. You try to whatever. And then you gather little sort of acts of love in a basket. And then when you die, you give them to the maker. And you say, I did this for you because I was imitating you. And that's it. That's all there is to it. The rest is all complication that we create, nonsense that we create. You see? So
Yeah. Well,
it's very simple. And if that's all there is to it, then you've done quite a lot to earn life. Because
that's why and that's another thing also is that I've tried to make myself the one in the family that can sort of be relied on, and that's why I started really taking care of myself, physically, and also emotionally, because I still see a therapist, and I'll do that forever. I mean, that'll never stop.
Everybody should.
I think so.
Did you start this whole exercise thing and the taking care of yourself thing? Did it coincide with your father's parole stuff, or it's just a quick?
Nah, I don't think. I started it before that, but
did it heat up since?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think they're related?
Probably. I mean, yeah, for sure. It's weird because I would always. This is so weird to even say, but when I would, especially like now that I've gotten stronger and more physically fit, and that I can do things that I hadn't been able to do, I would always say, I'm not scared. Nobody scares me. I should be the one that they're scared of.
And somebody asking the question about,
and I'm referencing that towards my father.
Yeah, but exactly. But I'm saying that somebody who would ask the question about the, do I have to be worried about inheriting such and such? It's interesting that your father getting out coincides with you taking such great control over yourself, over your impulses, over your disciplining yourself, and so forth. And I think the idea is that by doing that, it makes you unafraid that you would be at risk of doing the kind of thing that he did, losing control, being selfish, being glutton, taking things more than you're entitled to, being sloppy, emotion. I think that the idea is that sometimes being very hard on ourselves in terms of discipline can be a way of undoing guilt. It's sort of like the exercise equivalent of washing your hands too many times. But the thing is, I think it's a good thing. All of us should do that, should have control, because it has spiritual value. It's a kind of discipline. Personally, I wish that I were a more disciplined person. I still, every once in a while, give in and eat a piece of pie or something. Dare I eat a peach? As T.S. Eliot said. We all have those moments, and that's just human. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's almost as if you're trying to block out of the world any potential for his sort of evil tentacles to kind of keep going.
Yeah, like I feel like
right.
Like I sort of feel like I'm, like I don't know, like the roles are reversed. Like now I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm not like this helpless little kid.
That's right.
So since I'm not a little kid, but I also want to be somebody who can be exceptional in other ways, to where I want him, or not just him, but other people to look at me and go, like that guy is something.
Did you realize, Josh, that I knew that I was coming on your show tonight, and I'm glad that I have an opportunity to tell you this, which I did not yet. But did you know that your self-disciplinary runs in the forest were the basis for the piano piece I did today?
Oh, I did not know that.
Reflections on hikes in the forest. And the reason I wrote it is because I understood that there was a psychological significance to your doing that. And it's very, very funny how the path of the conversation wound exactly to the opportunity to tell you that. But I think you should look at it. It's pretty beautiful. But I just want you to understand that I think there's a great symbolism to that. We all, at some point, should go into the desert or the forest or and kind of face ourselves.
Yeah, I've gotten lost.
We all do. You'll always get lost when you go inside yourself. That's the point.
Well,
but, because that's how you discover
metaphorically, yes, I've been lost, but also
literally. I've had that happen. Where I got lost? And I went to Monte Adverna, the mountain in Assisi in Italy where St. Francis got the stigmata. And I went to visit it, and I was lost, terribly lost. And I remember lightning struck the tree that was directly in front of me. The twig snapped. I always thought to myself, that's got to have a spiritual significance. But it was really, really fascinating. I got lost there. I remember all the weird things, the snails and the crazy birds and the whole thing. But it was like, it felt almost like a dream. Forests have a very dreamlike quality. I told you that last time.
Really, yeah.
Fascinated by them,
Yeah.
But you should listen to the piece. And I think it's a powerful conversation, and I'm glad that I got to treat you like the caller. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, and I enjoyed it. Maybe I needed it too.
Otherwise you wouldn't have asked.
That's true, of course.
But I think I frightened people from asking me personal questions. I haven't gotten one in a long time. I'm sort of glad. But remember, we used to get questions like that. Dr. Brucato, why did you become a psychologist? Are you married? How many children do you have? You remember I used to get questions like that? And sometimes they were weird. I'd get really weird ones.
Are you married? Do you have children? Just kidding.
I've never been married, and I have no children.
I know that. You've been engaged, though, haven't you?
I was going to be, but the person destroyed that.
Naughty.
That's not the word I would use.
Well, I didn't mean that I meant that in the literal term.
Naughty makes it sound cute.
It's not cute. Yeah, it's not cute when people hurt you. I tell you.
No, it's not. And I don't like when people have bad things to say about exes. I always think of it as like a bad sign, because
if
I'm interested in a person and which is not common. If I'm interested in a person their stories about their exes are horrendous, I think to myself, I'm going to become one of those stories. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that story. I think the right thing to do is to just be like, look, they made some mistakes. They had some troubles.
I know, yeah, no question. Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, look, I could say a thing or two. Let me tell you. I mean, I as my grandfather used to say, you pick women like I pick horses, meaning that he would never win in a horse race in his entire life. Well, that's very true.
Well, what does that say about your grandpa comparing horses to women?
No, he didn't mean that. He meant that I would
No, I'm just kidding.
like a person who was trying to, pick a winner, and I wasn't very good at it. But
Was he?
oh yes, my grandmother's was a hard act to follow for anybody. The best of the best.
Yeah. Yeah,
Grandmother,
I lucked out there too. I tell you that.
my grandmother was very beautiful when she was younger. She was like a raving beauty. You have no idea. They used to call it the Sophia Loren of Williamsburg.
Interesting.
She was a very, very beautiful woman, and my grandfather was smitten beyond words. But she was a very beautiful woman, and she's still alive. She's in her late 90s.
Your grandma?
Oh yeah, extraordinary person.
Still smart?
Still kicking. And she's an amazing cook.
She still cooks?
Oh yeah. She's got her wits. Hasn't lost a drop of her wits. But I'm telling you, she was always an amazing person in my life. I loved my grandmother. That's why I always had very high respect for women, because I had a mother and grandmother.
Same here, yeah.
People. And you know what I'm saying? And that's another thing where I feel weird is bashing an ex. It sort of, I find that it kind of makes it sound like a person is generalizing their hatred like towards the entire sex.
Yeah, no, I know.
Which, like then you're kind of like,
yeah, I'm with you.
It makes you wonder, but I mean, I never heard you say a bad word about it. You don't say bad things either.
I mean, I get along with everybody. I don't have them. I don't have any like major real enemies at all. Like, I mean, there's people that I'm sure that don't like me or whatever, but it's not like a burning hatred where they,
people make mistakes,
stalk me and
no, people make mistakes. You'd be amazed, but there are contemporary behaviors, social behaviors, dating behaviors that I really can't stand. For example, I think one of the worst contemporary behaviors is ghosting somebody.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I cannot deal with it. A person just doesn't want to talk to you anymore, and what I think that it's just so immature, because you leave the other person confused about what they did. You know what I mean? The person just doesn't get it. Like, am I supposed to be sitting around waiting for the other shoe to drop? What I think is interesting is when you and another person have a lot of friction, but you make each other better people through the friction. Like the person says to you, I don't like that you said such and such. And then you think about it and you go, yeah, I should be better. And then you are. And then a few days go by and you do something else wrong and they tell you, and then and I think that's healthy, and the kind of people that they'll have a huge fight and they'll say, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And yet they do, that kind of thing, like, because you're kind of glued to each other. I think that can be, I love those kind of dynamics, because person challenges you to kind of be better. You're not very sensitive, you're absent, you're whatever, and then you grow, that's good. But what I don't like is the person who's afraid of conflict and doesn't tell you. I also hate the drizzly kind of person, instead of just letting it rain, they drizzle the aggression. The passive aggressive crap. Everything's fine. But they like stab you, jab, 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 jab. Just let it rain, damn it.
You let it all out.
Let it out. What do you hate in the contemporary crap?
I don't know. I don't really think about that stuff very often, because I don't know.
Well, everybody's got their pet peeves, but the contemporary culture is just, it's so selfish. I mean, it's like, it's unbelievable. Yeah, here's another thing I can't stand. I can't stand when a person doesn't, they launch into talking to you without even asking you how you are. So
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I dislike that, but it does happen quite often. And sometimes I just think that some people, it's not necessarily them being rude, they just don't
they're
know.
anxious, so they have no etiquette. But like Josh, I mean, you should always say, "How are you? Everything okay? Are you having a good day?" I mean, I'm the kind of person I won't bring something up if I'm not asked. I mean, I had an incident where I was in a hospital for days, and the person never asked me, so they never knew. And then they found out later, they're like, "Why didn't you tell me?" And I said, "Because you were too busy talking about your own thing, and you never asked." But I'm not going to bring it up. It's like attention seeking or something. So I just think I don't like that either, And I don't. These are just things that I think, I don't know. I just think that there are little things that people do that are very symbolic of how selfish they are. Conversation is a little microcosm of two people's sort of psychologies, right? And coming up against each other. And I think you have to look at it like, when I walk away from this dynamic, how do I feel? Do I feel vampirized? Do I feel used? Do I feel affirmed?
I hate
yeah. Huh?
Fads, trends.
Oh, yeah.
And I hate when people push them on you. Like there's a thing out there. This actually really does drive me nuts, is when somebody says, okay, so there's a term for short guys that some people use online. They call them short kings.
Yeah,
okay. That kind of stuff drives me up a wall. Like, I hate when people say stuff like that. I shouldn't care, but it's just like, that is so lame. I don't know why I feel that way.
Oh, the construct invented to celebrate.
It's not just that, though, but it's not just, it's just trends in general like that. When that it's just all kinds of things like that. It's just like, it's so annoying to me.
But the older I get, Josh, the more I've come to value authenticity. One of the things I like about our conversations is they're just damn raw. I mean, we're talking about things that are, like people in the audience, they listen to us and like, stop dumping your problem. No.
Trauma. Yeah. Well, that's another thing. Like trauma, like when people say trauma dumping and stuff like that, I hate those kind of phrases.
What it is two people that are being vulnerable and human, and that's what makes conversation good. We are like the particular that is symbolic of a universal feeling that everybody in the audience has felt. You understand? We're just talking about it out loud.
Right.
You're right. Like, so if I say to you, Josh, you ever have one of those nights where you lay in bed and you stare at the ceiling and you think, why did I do that stupid, horrible thing?
Yes.
Right. We've all had it. Just nobody says it out loud. And it makes for good conversation. And I think that's what we're doing. We're sort of we're just saying
I do that all the time.
It hurts sometimes.
Or you think about like a conversation, like sometimes if like somebody say drive safe, and then I'll go, you too, but they're not driving anywhere.
Right. It's not really
just
a pleasant.
Yeah, then I'll be like leaving and I go, drive safe. Like,
yeah, I get it.
You do like just little stuff like that, but not.
But I love when the person tells me that I'm being like somebody will say to me, why were you so aggressive when you said such and such? And I'll say, I was? Yeah, you said that in a way that was really aggressive.
I said that to you the other day.
And then I'll think about it and I'll say, perhaps there's an unconscious anger that I have and I'm not owning it. Why am I making the person feel like I'm gaslit, that they have to be gaslit, that they thought I was being angry? Or the person who says, I'm not going to tolerate you needing reassurance all the time. Like, that's a good thing. People who do that, they care about you. That's a good thing. A person doesn't take the time to do that if they don't care about you.
Yeah, what's
You know,
what's wrong?
so it's like, so I think correcting people is a, you know, in that gentle way, it makes them better people. I think, I just think, how do I say this? I think that trying to be a better person is the only real path to being a great person.
Sure.
In 2026, people think that greatness has to do with what you achieve in the world, what you look like, the money you have, the power you have, how many followers you have, and they manufacture their greatness. But it has no footing in philosophy, theology, morality, none of it. It's just, I will make myself look like this persona. And we have empty heroes, a bunch of empty heroes. The most prominent people, most powerful people in the entire world, I hate to say it, are morally bankrupt.
Do you
There's
like when
one
take,
of them that I would put on a pedestal?
do you like when people take pictures of their food?
No. Care less. But I think that, you know,
I like it if it's like
I need heroes. I need someone to imitate, and I don't see anybody these days in any degree of power that I would ever imitate.
I like it. Oh, you want to know another thing that bothers me is when people dab off grease on pizza.
Well, I don't talk about that. It's unacceptable.
Does that bother you?
Yes.
Like they take a napkin and they dab it.
I don't get it. Just
don't eat the pizza.
Drink the pimple juice. I mean, you know, if you're gonna enjoy it, enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just don't eat the pizza.
What I don't, there are a lot of things like that that drive me crazy. There are a lot of things in the language that drive me crazy.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
You know that. I mean, there are phrases that drive me crazy because they make no sense. Contradictory phrase. I mean, you know, things people make up, like when they say literally and they mean figuratively, that drives me insane. You know, people who don't realize that they're using words incorrectly, especially when they try to sound intelligent. You know, like the person who says, John is coming over and having dinner with Marjorie and I. Now that's incorrect. You're supposed to say Marjorie and me.
Marjorie.
Yeah, I'm just making it up. But the point is that because in that instance, in that instance, the idea is you're supposed to say Marjorie and I are inviting you over to have dinner with Marjorie and me. When you are the doers of an action, it's and I. But not when you are the object of the reaction. Then it is with me and with Marjorie, therefore with Marjorie and me. But that when they say the I, it drives me insane. There's a lot of that, you know, or words that are used incorrectly, like person says, oh, I was looking at that movie, it made me nauseous. That drives me nuts. You're supposed to say it made me nauseated. Nauseous means you induce nausea.
Or what about when people try and use like phrases and they just completely screw them up, like
I know.
You know, like if somebody says teach a man to fish and then they completely, you know what I'm talking about? People screw those up all the time.
They mix them up, and sometimes they're funny though. I knew somebody who said one time with perfectly straight face, you know, a leper, not a leopard, a leper. A leper doesn't change his spots.
That's true. It doesn't.
That's true. That's pretty funny. Here's another one that I heard that I love. This is one of my old-time favorites. You know, he made his own bed. Now he's got to lie through his teeth. Here's another favorite of mine. Oh, you know, you could lead a horse to water, but don't look it in the mouth if it's a gift.
That's good. That's actually good advice.
That's preposterous. I also can't stand when people make portmanteaus like irregardless. Irrespective and regardless, not irregardless. Irregardless is not a word.
My aunt one time
drives me crazy.
My aunt one time, she was talking about going to the doctor, and she goes, I'm going to see the nurse particular.
Oh, see, I like that. That's funny. Sometimes that stuff is funny. Yeah.
The hell? Yeah, I mean, I guess, but she was serious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, here's a good question. And this is from Adriana.
Yeah, I know Adriana.
Yeah. Dr. B, having the capacity to hold trauma professionally, does that not mean you have the bandwidth to receive it casually, constantly, or without consent? No.
Interesting question. I don't think any human being has the capacity to experience it constantly. But I think that some people who do it professionally have kind of compartmentalized it. That's all. I mean, but the point is that there are a lot of professional people who do that, and I think that, I mean, I know a lot of them, and I think that people like that have the amazing ability to be with people where they're at, really be with people where they are at, so to speak.
Yeah.
But where I get troubled is when the person loses their boundary and gets overwhelmed by it. That's where that's like, for example, I used to treat a lot of people who worked for Child Protective Services and then ultimately were activated by what they saw because they had their own trauma histories. That's a real thing. That's a real phenomenon, and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's a good question. I think a lot about that question. The wounded healer, what the Jungian would call a wounded healer.
That was already on the bingo.
Yeah. But I really love when we kind of go off on this kind of stuff. I think people enjoy it. I think it gets deep. I think you're very good at it. You're good at it. It's the Gong Show. They're gonna come take me off. No, but I think it's good that you allow it, because I think some of the best stuff that comes out of the show happens in this freewheeling kind of portion.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Yeah. But anyway, I hope that this has been useful to people. I told you the calls were going to get serious. That's always what happens when we're goofballs.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we start off extremely goofy, but
yeah. You know what I was watching, by the way, before we got on, that absolutely fascinated me?
Look at this.
What?
Oh, nothing.
That's particular. That's really funny. Do you know who? Because we were talking a lot about like saving people and having generations that are alive because of you and whatever. And it's funny. Earlier today, I was watching the video footage of Sir Nicholas Winton when he went on what was that show? That's Life in 1988. And do you know who Sir Nicholas Winton was?
Yeah, we know who that is.
So he was a man who saved hundreds of children from the Holocaust. And there's this very beautiful thing. You got to watch it on YouTube. It's so beautiful. So they had him on this show where he was going to like be shown scrapbooks and things of his life.
He was the one from Czechoslovakia, right?
I got to remember, but I think so, and something like that. But he was knighted and everything. And what happened is he goes on this show and he's sitting
106 or something.
It was amazing. And he was sitting in the audience, and the host of the show says, you saved all these children. Now he had no idea whatever happened to them. He just had their names on the list from saving them from being deported to be killed. And but he had no idea whatever happened to any of them. And they say, oh, there are generations that are alive for you and so forth because of you. And then they say, is there anybody in this audience that is alive today because of Mr. Winton? And the woman who's sitting next to him is one of these children as an adult that he saved. So now he goes on the stage with her. He's tearful, the whole thing. She's showing him artifacts, her children, the whole thing. The whole audience is tearing up or whatever. And then after this happens, the host says, is there anyone else in the audience that is here today because of Mr. Winton? And the entire audience stands up. The entire audience were the children that he saved, and they went and found them and made them just look like ordinary citizens watching the show. And this old man, just cries in his handkerchief. It's so moving. You got to watch it. And
send it to me.
One of my favorite things. I have these like little collection of clips that I watch every now and then to kind of boost my spirits in terms of human beings. And I love the story of Sir Nicholas Winton. I think he's, it's amazing. You see, adversity, terrible times have a way of separating the sheep and the goats. That's why I don't mind living in a terrible time, because it brings out the character of people. Just as it turns a lot of people into awful, vapid, narcissistic nothings, it also brings out the strength of a few people. It tests the mettle of people, and it's that's why it's not so hard to live in a if you notice that, then living in a terrible time. Problem is they don't get on the front page of the paper, and you don't have any overt heroes. True heroes tend to be pretty invisible and small, and they don't take a lot of credit.
It's true. Somebody, what is this? Can we go back to something for a second? You probably won't see this comment. Guess what? I saw it. What was the part about traumatized person that comes full circle in their trauma? I don't remember.
Not sure what they mean. They probably mean when the caller called about their own thing, their own pain, and we talked a little bit about how that can be channeled into helping other people, but I'm not exactly sure. I wish that we had a more specific line that they were referring to.
Yeah,
I think maybe what she's talking about is the development of the empathic character structure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Donna says, "Gotta go." I'm right behind you, Donna.
Yeah, it was a long one, but I think a powerful one. I always love these. I'm telling you, I wish you would do a library of your call-in shows because they're wonderful.
I have them. On a playlist.
Maybe one day you'll get an award or something for your show. But I think your call-in shows are some of the best that you do.
You're a big part of that with me, man.
No, I don't know. I think they're among your best. And
I've been to it.
Easy, but they're not.
I've done call-in shows for a long time.
You know what I'm saying? You're very good at them, and
I did them before I knew Dr. Gary, but I'm glad that
that's what I'm
you're
saying.
here to do them with me.
Well, I'm only here for the ride, but I really think that they are among your best stuff, and I also like. I think they're more mature. There's a maturity to doing them because you have to sit with stuff that can really catch you off guard and be very emotionally activating and very hard. It's not for everybody. You know what I mean? So I think it's great and brave and everything else. So, all right. Well, we're all.
Thank you, sir. Talk to you soon.
This too shall pass.
Yes, it will. Talking about a kidney stone?
Talk about everything.
All right. Take care. All right, guys. Thank you so much. What a great show. A little over 4 hours, but that's what we do on these call-in shows. Otis and Macho have been extremely good, which is amazing because they're never good. What are you doing? He's not. He's actually got a piece of paper that he's ripping up. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I will catch you on the next one. Thank you so much to everybody that donated but especially that hit the like button, that just leave a comment. I really do appreciate it all. 50,000 subscribers strong. We had a big crowd tonight as well. And I love that. So thank you guys so much. And we will catch you on the next show.